Chapter 0. It all begun. It all begun in darkness. Cold, unfriendly darkness. From that dark void, a light appeared. That light brought forth life. All the gods were created from it, and from the gods, the world was born. They created three worlds, Bukai or heaven, Makai or hell, and Ninjankai or world of the living. After the worlds were created, unbreakable laws were created. Laws of time, space, universe, life, death, and laws for the gods themselves. Finally, the created man and placed him in Ninjankai to live. Ninjankai was the world of the living. It was a world of many landscapes, from seas and deserts to forests and mountains. They were inhabited by many different beings, but one was most prominent, the man. They had the greatest potential along with greatest power. In a human world, some gods lived as well. They were named the elementals and took the form of elements, natural phenomenons, the weather, objects, and even living beings. Once the time for humans was over, their bodies would be destroyed with time, and their souls would be trialed to see where they would go, depending on their way of life, heaven or hell. Heaven was the world souls when if they lived their life with good in their mind and actions. Heaven was a world sitting on top of the clouds, with buildings of marble and gold and an air of purity. It was guarded by a race superior to the humans, the angels, and ruled by the holy deities, gods of heaven. The angels were human, like beings. The only exception in appearance were the halos in their heads and bird wings on their back. They were also far stronger and smarter than humans. Their task was to follow the orders of the deities and protect heaven. Holy deities are the names of the gods living in heaven. They each rule over a small part, but only 5 got total power, one of which is absolute. Their names are Kami, the goddess of light and creation, Yami, the goddess of darkness and destruction, Shinigami, the god of death and souls, Izanagi, god of men, and Izanami, goddess of women. Those 5, along with the rest of the holy deities, made the celestial council, its purpose the regulation of heaven. Hell was the opposite of heaven, a barren wasteland of fire and ashes, with buildings of iron and obsidian. It was the places condemned souls went. It was inhabited by demons, evil beings ranging from monsters to transformed souls, so demons didn't have a set appearance, besides the fact it was usually scary. Hell was split in 9 different sections called levels. From levels 1 to 8, a hierarchy system was created depending on the demon's power. The absolute authorities were the demon titans and the demon kings. Demon titans were the 5 strongest gods of hell. They were Mephisto, Diablo, Lucifer, Samael, and Satan. The demon kings were the lower-level gods, or in some cases, demons strong enough to take on gods. Below them were the demon lords, each ruling a part of hell, the demon knights, commanders of hell's armies, and normal demons. But what the 9th level? What was that place? To answer that, we need to find about another god, one whose very existence could alter every law built by the other gods. That god was the Shinju, otherwise known as the god tree, god of time, space, and will. It was originally a god who took the appearance of a seed, but it managed to absorb the mystic light that gave birth to him and the other gods, and its power grew to unimaginable heights. The Shinju resided in Ninjankai, where it was worshipped. After a millennia, it created a fruit, which was forbidden to be touched. However, during that time, humans struggled at an endless war with each other. Then, a human princess, named Kagaya Oitsutsuki, approached the Shinju and pleaded for its fruit. The Shinju, impressed by her courage, allowed her to grab a bite from the fruit. She gained incredible power and ended the worlds. However, she grew mad with power and considered herself above the Shinju. Enraged at this, the Shinju battled her, forced her to see her arrogance, which led to her downfall. However, before her death, she used all her power on one last curse. I swear on my dying breath, you will walk this land, unable to control your full power and consumed by rage. Only one of my descendants will be able to control you. Until then, you will remain a shameless beast, a fallen god. But before the curse could fully take place, he used his quickly declining power to alter the curse into a prophecy. He made sure that he wouldn't be controlled by her descendants. Instead, he made sure that all of his power would pass on to one of her descendants, the one to uphold his will. His legacy. With that last thought, the Shinju was at only 1/100th of his full power and became the Jubi no Ukami, harbinger of death and destruction, king of hell and god of chaos. The rest of his power was sealed with his will, except one part, the strongest, was sealed in the 9th level, along with his spirit, waiting for his successor. The rest, as they say, is history. With time, the events prior to the seal of the Jubi changed. However, everything after that was known. The Jubi was split in 9 beasts by the Sage of 6 Paths, each ruling a part of the world. Shinobis started rising, fighting bloody wars. The eras passed, bijou were getting sealed, and war was a regular thing. Every bijou has been sealed, even Kyubi, the strongest of them. It seemed that the prophecy would never come. However, on the fateful night of October the 10th, events were put into motion for the return of the king. Konoha. It was morning in the Hidden Leaf Village, the sun yet to rise, the residents sleeping peacefully. Only few were up, the Umbu of the Hidden Leaf, the true shinobi, protecting their village from the shadows. On top of the Hokage monument, a lone figure sat on top of the head of the Shodame. He stood at 5 feet, in a kneeling position, observing the village. He had spiky blonde hair, with a few black streaks in them. His facial characteristics were obscured by a wolf-shaped mask. He wore the standard Umbu outfit, black shinobi pants, Umbu sandals, sleeveless shirt, an Umbu vest, and limb protective gear. An odachi was sheathed in his back. The figure exhaled slightly, as a few rays of light fell on his face. Sunrise, he thought. He stood up and jumped off the monument, soaring through the air, arms and legs open, his direction the Hokage Tower. Time to report, he thought. Chapter 1. From Umbu to Genin. Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was behind his deck inside the Hokage's office. The Hokage office stood on the top floor of the Hokage Tower. It was a circular room, red in color. On its right side, it had a small leather couch with pictures of the Hokages and some of the greatest ninja on the walls. On the left side was a large bookcase holding different colored scrolls. There was also a small desk for the mission assistant whenever one was needed. Opposite of the oak door stood the Hokage's desk, a large desk made of mahogany wood, with different files and writing instruments on it. There was also a large leather chair. The room had large windows illuminating it. It was certainly an office that made you look and wonder the first time you enter. Sarutobi was the Sandaime Hokage, known as Kami no Shinobi for his amazing power, a high S rank ninja. He was also known as the Professor due to his large amount of wisdom and knowledge. He was trained by the 2 previous Hokage, survived all 3 great shinobi wars, and led Konoha through 2 of them. Despite his old age, the only thing that he has lost is his endurance. His skill and strength were still there. In short, he was a powerful figure, respected across all the world. However, despite all his knowledge, power, and experience, he could simply not solve the mystery that stood in front of him. His eyes were filled with sadness when gazing at the kneeling Anbu in front of him, yet pride was there as well. Namikaze's Maki Naruto was a prodigy not seen for 100 years. Despite being only 12 years old, he held the prestigious rank of Umbu Captain, the 4th highest military rank in the village, besides Jounin and Umbu Commander, and of course his own. A boy of such skill and expertise, he was known in the bingo book as the Ukami no Sure, the Wolf of Death, for his killing abilities and his wolf mask, with a high A-rank status. The boy, no matter how much he wanted to deny it, was a weapon of death, a true assassin, a perfect shinobi. He excelled everywhere he tried, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, you name it. He held the record of most S-rank missions done in a single year. He was considered by many even stronger than Itachi Uchiha, and if he wasn't an Umbu, a potential Hokage candidate. At ease, Wolf. Take off your mask, he said, with a commanding tone. The boy raised himself, taking off his mask and hanging it on his belt. Hiruzen's eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at the boy. He wore a face mask that hid most of his features except his eyes. Those crystal blue eyes, devoid of any emotion. Though Hiruzen knew it was just a mask, he knew well enough that if the boy released all of his contained emotions, Konoha would suffer so much damage that would take 5 generations to heal. He went from his eyes to his hair, a few bangs falling down, one with black tips. "How are you, Naruto?" he said in grandfatherly tone. "I am well, Hokage-sama. Thank you for asking," he merely replied. Hiruzen frowned. "I said at ease, Naruto. You don't have to be so formal," he said pleadingly. Naruto simply nodded and made his way to sit on a chair. "I trust you didn't have any trouble in your latest mission, despite the report you gave." Naruto merely shook his head no. It was a piece of cake. Hiruzen nodded, then placed his arms in front of the table while crossing his fingers. "I have a mission for you, but it is more like a favor." Naruto merely raised an eyebrow, grabbing an apple he unsealed from scroll. As he was about to bite down on it, he heard the next words, "I want you to enroll into a genin team." He stopped and tilted his head. "Please tell me you're joking." The Hokage shook his head no. "Please hear me out." He merely took a few quick bites off the fruit and threw it at a trash can. "I am listening," he plainly said, crossing his arms. Hiruzen nodded. "I want you to become a member of Team 7 and monitor Uchiha Sasuke." "As you know," he said while taking an envelope, "Uchiha Itachi massacred the entire Uchiha clan." He got a nod in response. "We fear he may suffer from psychological problems. Thus we want you to monitor him, and if his behavior is deemed a threat for the village, you have clearance to arrest him." Naruto merely tilted his head. "And why can't his sensei do it?" Hiruzen sighed. "Naruto, you are my best Umbu, but it is about time you became a normal ninja. I cannot add you to the CRA list without you being a normal genin." He merely looked at him, his eyes gaining a gold tint for a second, his pupils turning to slits. "Tell me, Tobi, you really think I need you or anyone's help to restore, or better yet, create my clan?" he replied. Hiruzen stuttered for a second. "No, he went to apologize, but Naruto merely shook his head. "Don't call me that. Not here, not now." Hiruzen sighed. He knew about Naruto's fate. How couldn't it he? He was there when it happened. Naruto sighed, gaining his attention. "Fine, I will do it. I only have a few demands," he said, narrowing his eyes. "First, do not instill any girl on me. You may set up marriage contracts and the sort, but I need to see them and approve them." Hiruzen nodded. "Second, I want my inheritance, all of it," he said with a smirk. Hiruzen tried to talk, but he was cut off. "My terms are non-negotiable, and I expect it to be heard in the entire village." Hiruzen merely sighed and nodded. "Third, do not expect me to take orders blindly from either the team's sensei or the council. Fourth, once I am a Chunin, I want a seat in the council." He nodded. "Anything else?" Naruto thought for a moment. 10 favors from you." Hiruzen widened his eyes. "Please reconsider, Naruto. I cannot do that." Naruto then smirked. 15 in exchange for the secret to beating paperwork, which made Hiruzen look like a ghost. Paperwork, the bane of all Kages, a demon worse than the Kyuubi, more powerful than 100 Umbu, and as unavoidable as death. Its mere existence sends shivers down his spine, as he watched horribly use his skill to multiply every moment. It was unavoidable, unstoppable, unbeatable. And yet this child said it had the secret. Instantly, he fell on his knees with tears in his eyes. "Please, Naruto-sama, grant this slave's desire. I will give you 20, number 30 favors, with only limit my position," he cried. Naruto nodded. "Done. Give me the details of how to start, and I will give you the secret before I leave." He raised himself, coughing. "Right. Go to the academy at 10 a.m. in 2 days. You will get instructions there." Naruto nodded and went to leave, but Hiruzen coughed. "Ahem. Naruto, the secret?" he pleaded. Naruto turned with a smirk and asked, "What am I?" he said, and exploded into smoke. Hiruzen tilted his head. "Kage Bunshin?" Then he widened his eyes. He went to a drawer and grabbed a piece of paper that said "Bang here" in red. He placed it on the table and banged his head on it with force, while yelling "Baka! Baka! Baka!" causing the hidden Umbu to sweat drop. Umbu headquarters. It was late at night in the Umbu headquarters. However, tonight was a special night. For one, it was one of their vacation nights. A night where they could eat, drink, and enjoy life with their fellow Umbu, but without a mask. Also, it was the day where the legendary wolf would leave Umbu. Thus, a celebration for his retirement was in order. Everywhere, you could see Umbu spending their night with grins on their faces. Some challenged each other to drinking contests, some to arm wrestling, and even some trying to hit on girls or boys. In a corner table stood Naruto, drinking from a flask filled with sake, thinking about today's events. From Jinin to Umbuha? That's quite a success story for the heir of a god, if I do say so myself. He inwardly snorted, I wonder who the teacher will be. Probably Hitaki to help the Uchiha with the Sharingan. I wonder if he knows who I am. Like I care about that dog's opinion, he said, frowning. He wasn't quite fond of Hitaki after he found out his relationship with his father. He shrugged off those thoughts as he saw Yamato approach him. He gave a nod to him, Commander Sama. Yamato shook his head with a smile. Don't be so formal, Naruto-kun. Tonight's a night to relax after all, he said and sat down, sipping sake from his own flask. He merely nodded and looked forward. Hokage, Sama told me what you will do. How do you feel? Naruto shrugged. It doesn't matter. At best, it will be amusing. At worst, it will be a vacation. He replied, the CRA is all that interests me. I want to see if Hokage-sama has learned anything from those books. Yamato turned to him like you don't read them. He accused, earning a snort. That is irrelevant, right? He then smiled and extended his arm. I will miss you, Gaki. Know that if you need anything, the entire force will back you up. He turned to him and shook his arm with a grin. Thank you. If you need help straightening recruits, give me a call. Yamato nodded, then stood and went to join the rest of the Umbu. Naruto took one last gulp, then went and joined him as he thought, I will need a new wardrobe as well. Hokage Tower. Naruto walked inside the Hokage Tower early in the morning. He wore an attire similar to his Umbu uniform, without the protection gear. He also had a holster on his right thigh. Finally, he had a blue forehead protector around his neck. As he approached the office, he sensed 2 chakra signatures, so he stopped and waited. After a few minutes, an elderly man came out. He had black shaggy hair and one coal-black eye, the other wrapped in bandages. He wore a white shirt with a black robe. His right arm is concealed inside the cloak, and he had an oak cane. He looked at Naruto with envy and slight anger, but also respect. Namikaze-san, he said, then walked away. Naruto ignored him as he entered. He bowed to the Hokage-sama. He said. Hiruzen looked at him with a smile. Welcome, Naruto-kun. I trust you are here for your inheritance? He got a nod in response. Very well, he said, rising and giving him a scroll. That scroll holds the location to the estate, along with your parents' joint bank account. I suggest moving the money to your private one, but it's your call, he replied with a smile. Naruto merely nodded and thanked him. He turned to leave, but stopped. Does the team leader know my real identity? Hiruzen nodded. Indeed, he knows. He is Kakashi. I assumed that already, he interrupted. Hiruzen nodded. By the way, the people will know about you at noon. He didn't say anything as he exited the building. What will I do with him? He muttered, then waited for his next appointment. We now find Naruto walking down to the shopping district, the streets almost empty. Let's see. I need to get some clothes and stock up on supplies, he thought. Who knows if my parents had a vault? It doesn't matter. I made the designs and plans for a new house last night. I need to give them to the building company, he thought as he approached a shinobi store. Higurashi weapons, huh? I heard from some Umbu this is the best store in the village. Worth a shot. And with that he entered. He noticed a gruff man coming out of a door. He stood at 5 feet 7 inches and possessed broad muscles. He had dark brown hair tied into a ponytail and brown eyes. He also had a goatee. He wore a white shirt with a leather apron, black trousers, and brown leather boots. Behind him came a girl around his age. She stood at 5 feet 3 inches, had hair the same shade as her father tied into 2 buns, and light brown eyes. She wore a pink Chinese-style shirt, green hakama pants, and blue shinobi sandals. The man approached him. Greetings. My name is Goro Higurashi. May I help you? Naruto nodded greetings. I would like these, he said and gave him a tiny scroll. Goro raised an eyebrow and, as he read, his eyes widened. 1,000 kunai, 1,000 shuriken, 200 fuma shuriken, 100 windmill shuriken, 500 needles, 200 meters of ninja wire, 300 sealing scrolls, 10 ninja pouches, 5 shinobi sets of equipment, and 3,000 explosive notes. You're going for war. Naruto tilted his head. I like to be prepared. Can you even afford these? He merely nodded. Both father and daughter were like a fish out of water. Anything else? Naruto looked around. I will buy some clothes. Goro nodded. I will go gather your things. Tintin help him with anything he needs, he said, going downstairs. Tintin simply nodded while he searched through the stock. He eventually grabbed a few clothes and went to the dresser. As he came out, all Tintin could do was sport a major blush. He now wore a white muscle shirt with a red wolf in the back that hugged him tightly, defining his muscles. For trousers, he chose navy blue pants with red flames licking the bottom with pockets for scrolls. He also wore white shinobi sandals and a blue face mask. Is it good? He asked with an amusing smile once he saw her face. All she could do was nod. He bought 5 copies of the outfit, along with some casual clothes. As he came to the counter, he saw that below were some sets of trench knives made of chakra metal, like the ones of Asuma Sarutobi. He bought 3 pairs as well. By then, Goro came back with a large scroll. All right, along with the clothes and those knives, it shall be around 575.000 Rio, he said. Naruto nodded and took out a scroll. It was blank except a blank circle. He took out a brush and ink and wrote that number. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared and the exact amount of Rio were set in a wooden plank. Both Goro and Tintin had their eyes widen as he simply took the scroll and sealed it inside a smaller one and went to exit. However, she heard say, "Wait, what is your name?" He stopped for a moment. "Namikaze Naruto," he said and left. All right, this is the next stop, he thought as he entered a building. Inside, he found 5 people behind desks addressing both civilians and shinobi. He passed them and went up the circle floor. He passed a few doors and went inside an office. The person inside rose once he heard a cough only to see Naruto. With a smile, he said, "On Naruto, Sen, I was expecting you. You said you wanted a house to be built." He grinned. "Well, yes and no. A castle would be a better word. Do you got any area capable of such a building, Amon-san?" Amon was a man standing at 5 feet 5 inches, with brown hair and blue eyes, with freckles on his nose. He wore a white shirt and brown pants, with blue glasses. He merely looked at him. "Do you even know how much a castle is worth?" He merely shrugged. "I got money." Amon sighed. "Yes, we actually do. Though just for you to buy the area would cost 100 million Rio. I got the money. In fact, here," he said, writing a number, "I will give you the plans. You use this account to pay for all the things required." He looked at the number and sighed. "How do you want it?" he said. Naruto placed the scroll down and exited with a smirk. Amon shook his head, only to choke on air once he saw the details of the house plans. It was early in the morning. You could see Naruto in his usual outfit walking down the road. Only he now had 2 ninja pouches on his thighs, his trench knives and an X on the back of his belt, and a chikudo tied behind his back. He came to a stop outside the Ninja Academy. With a shrug, he entered. "Let's get this over with," he muttered, his blue eyes appearing icy blue. Chapter 2, Genin. Konoha Academy. It was a great day for the newest generation of Genins in Konoha. Today marked the start of their epic journey in the world of shinobi. However, only one thing was discussed: last day's events. The Sandaime Hokage made a statement that shocked everyone in the village yesterday noon. He proclaimed that the Yondaime Hokage, the hero of the village who stopped the rampage of the Kyuubi, had a son named Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. While the younger generation were curious, the older simply widened their eyes in realization. He said he was training in secret, and now is the time for him to become a genin. The new generation were very curious to the identity of this boy. Gossip was flying everywhere. Suddenly, the door opened and silence fell in the class. Naruto looked at the genin and tilted his head to the side. Then, dozens of screams were heard and a wave of fangirls surrounded him. "You're so cute. You look so smart. Marry me, please. Give me babies." At the last one, he simply sweat dropped. Then a chunin came inside. He stood at 5 feet 6 inches, with brown hair tied in a ponytail and dark brown eyes. He also had a scar running across the bridge of his nose. He wore the traditional Konoha chunin uniform. He looked at the commotion and used his big head jutsu. "Silence. Go to your seats," he yelled, making every kunoichi return to their seats, freeing Naruto. He then smiled. "Namikaze-sama, please take a seat," he said. Naruto looked at him for a moment, then disappeared and reappeared on a seat next to the window, making every fangirl sigh from adoration. while getting looks of hate and envy from the boys. He paid them no mind, though. Instead, the moment Irika started his speech, he simply turned to look at a girl beside him. She had long brown hair and light brown eyes. She wore a yellow clip in the shape of 2 circles on her hair. For her outfit, she wore a pink kimono held by a pink sash and violet baggy pants. Beneath the kimono, she wore red mesh armor. She also sported orange ninja sandals for footwear. She is cute, he thought. She noticed him staring and blushed. He merely grinned, causing her to blush more. However, he stopped and raised his arm to stop an eraser. Namikaze, Sama, please pay attention. He turned to him, narrowing his eyes, causing Irika to gulp and continue. Naruto then examined each clan heir. We got a Nara, an Akimichi, a Yamanaka, a Hyuga, an Inuzuka, an Aburame, a member of the Haruno civilian clan Ugg, and of course the Uchiha. God, does he look like an emo? He stopped his inside ranting when he heard Irika announce the team. Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura dash. A scream of happiness was heard. And Namikaze Naruto. Then a crash was heard. All class turned to look at Naruto, who had punched the wall, making spider cracks, his eyebrow twitching. Oh, Hiruzen, you will pay for this. Irika's sweat dropped and continued. Team 8 Hinata Hyuga, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 Akimichi Choji, Narashikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, causing a whine to be heard. Why those two? From Ino. Team 11 will be composed of Yakumo Karama and Sai, and they will be a support team. Wait for your teachers to pick you up. I wish you all good luck, he said proudly. Then 3 people shunshined. One was a beautiful woman with black hair and red eyes. Team 8. With me, she said. The second was another woman with short purple hair and light brown eyes. Team 11 with me. Move it, maggots, she said with a grin that sent shivers down the Genin's back. The last was a man, smoking. Team 10 with me, he said boredly. Eventually, all the students except Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto turned to look at his team. Sasuke had black hair resembling a duck's rear and coal-black eyes, like most Uchiha. He wore a high-collar blue shirt, white shorts, and blue ninja sandals. Sakura had long pink hair and emerald green eyes. She wore a pink cheapao dress, dark green biker shorts, and blue ninja sandals. She was currently trying to convince Sasuke to go on a date, causing him to ignore her. 2 hours passed, causing his eyes to twitch while the others were also pissed. Suddenly, he stood up and went in front of the door and fell into a stance, ready to kick. Then, the door opened and he sent his leg forward, causing a scream of pain to be heard. Naruto shunshined while a white-haired man, with one obscured by his forehead protector, wearing a Jounin uniform, fell on the ground, holding his jewels. Ow! Meet me on the roof. Ow! He said painfully while also shunshined, causing the other two to run towards the stairs. Once the two reached the roof, they saw Naruto leaning on the wall, his arms crossed, while Kakashi had an eye smile while scratching his head. All right, let's introduce ourselves. Tell me your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Sakura looked at him. Sensei, why don't you start so we know how to? Kakashi looked at her, thinking along with the other two, how is she the top kunoichi, but started nonetheless. All right, I am Hatake Kakashi. I have many likes and dislikes. My hobbies, you don't need to know. My dream, you'll find out one day, he said with an eye smile. All he told us is his name, thought Sakura and Sasuke until they heard Naruto speak. You are Hatake Kakashi. You like porn and dislike people who don't like porn. Your hobbies are reading Aika Aika, and your dream is to star in an Aika Aika movie. Smirked Naruto, causing Kakashi and the rest to widen his eyes. He then sighed. Since I started, I might finish. My name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. I like training, combat, strong women, cigars, porn, and Korra. I dislike weak women, fangirls, annoying people, and arrogant shits. My dream is my own, he said. Sakura glared at him when he said porn while Kakashi smiled, but raised an eyebrow. What is Korra? All he got in response was Naruto raising his arm, revealing a red tin can with the name Korra in white carbonated soft drink. Buy it sometime, he replied, taking a sip. Kakashi turned to Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like looks at Sasuke, My hobbies are stares at Sasuke blushing. My dream is Astra squeals while looking at Sasuke. I hate Ino Pig, she finished with a scowl. You like Sasuke. Your hobbies are stalking Sasuke. Your dreams are to marry Sasuke and have his children. Naruto said, causing her to glare at him. Hearing a laugh from Kakashi, who turned to the last member. I am Sasuke Uchiha. My likes and dislikes are none of your business. I have no hobbies, and my dream, no, my ambition, is to kill a certain man and revive my clan. Naruto interfered once again. You like tomatoes, training, and bragging about Uchiha. You dislike everything happy and non-Uchiha. Your ambition is to kill your brother and make more Uchihas to annoy the world. He grinned, causing Sasuke to glare at him, while Kakashi laughed harder. All right, now that this is over, meet me tomorrow at 9 outside of Training Field 7 to get the Genin test. But Kakashi, Sensei, we are already Genin. Sakura questioned. That was just a test to weed out the people unworthy of being Genin. Tomorrow will be the actual test. I suggest not to eat, or you will puke. He said and disappeared, Naruto mimicking him. Sakura turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke-kun, do you wa dash? Only to see him leave, causing her to sigh. Training Ground 7. You could see Sasuke and Sakura scowling. They came at 9 a.m. and have been waiting for 3 hours. Suddenly, Kakashi showed up, causing her to yell her. Late, only to get hit by a tin can of Korra in response. They looked up to see Naruto on a tree branch, drinking yet another can of Coke. He got down. Let's get this over with, he muttered. Kakashi took out 2 bells. The goal is simple. You must each grab a bell, or you will go back to the academy. Take it from me with the intent to kill, he said, tying them to his waist. But Sensei, there are only 2 bells, she asked, causing him to nod. Yes. One of you will go back. Now you got 1 hour. Begin, he yelled, causing Sasuke and Sakura to hide. Only Naruto stood there, crashing the tin can and putting it down on ground. Naruto, we begun. Naruto simply cracked his arms and neck, then fell into a stance. Don't die, he said, and kicked the tin can, which flew with terrifying force towards Kakashi, causing him to duck. The tin can buried itself inside a tree. Are you trying to dash, he asked, but stopped to duck under a dozen shuriken from Naruto. Yes, he yelled and jumped towards him, sending an axe kick to his face. Kakashi brought his arms up, stopping it. A shock wave was released as the ground cracked. Kakashi pushed him and jumped back, only to have to dodge Naruto, who rushed towards him, attempting to hit him with his shoulder. Instead, he hit a tree, causing it to fall. Kakashi widened his eyes and shined 100 meters back. Looks like I need to get serious, he said, uncovering his Sharingan eye. How does he have my clan's bloodline? Sasuke glared from his hidden spot. Wow, Sakura thought from hers. Naruto merely grinned, releasing chakra. I believe I scored taijutsu, so let me try ninjutsu, he said, quickly forming hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. He exhaled blasts of wind, causing Kakashi to dodge most except a few who sliced his legs, blood gushing out. He growled and formed hand seals himself. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower. He spat out small fireballs and fused them with shuriken. Once the shuriken were a few meters, Naruto did a simple hand seal, wind release. Great breakthrough. He released a gust of wind so strong that it extinguished the fire and threw back the shuriken. However, Kakashi wasn't done. Fire release. Grand Fireball. He threw a giant fireball at Naruto, causing him to counter with a water release. Water Shark Bullet. A giant shark made of water rushed and extinguished the fire. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi. Lightning release. False darkness. He spat a spear of lightning, which pierced Kakashi, but he turned into a log. How about Genjutsu? Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. A tree warped around Naruto, from which Kakashi appeared and put a kunai in his neck. Give up, he said, which caused Naruto to smirk. Suddenly, a wave of chakra flooded the area, which broke the Genjutsu and caused Kakashi to stumble back. Naruto rushed at him and muttered, lightning release, flash pillar. A bright light appeared around him, which blinded Kakashi. He felt several punches to his ribs along with a cry of mega kick and got hit in the stomach so hard that he fell to the ground. Once he rose and could finally see, Naruto was nowhere to be found. Sasuke scowled. I won't lose to him, he whispered. Kakashi looked up to see Kunai coming his way. He used Kawarimi only to see Sasuke rushing at him. They engaged in taijutsu as Naruto appeared behind Sakura. PSS, Sakura. She attempted to scream, but he placed his hand over her mouth. Be silent. She nodded and looked at him. We should team up. That is the point of this test. She shook her head, scoffing, as if, just watch as Sasuke-kun beats him up. Naruto sighed and simply disappeared. He reappeared on a tree to see Sasuke panting while Kakashi read his book. I won't lose, he yelled, going through hand signs. Fire release. Grand fireball, causing him to spit out a small fireball in a continuous stream. When he stopped, he heard Kakashi. I didn't think a genin could do such a jutsu, but it doesn't matter. Konoha's secret technique, he said, putting his hands on the tiger symbol and plunging them in Sasuke's rear, 1,000 years of death, causing a cry of pain to be heard as Sasuke was launched to the air, causing Naruto to sweat drop. He actually did it. Sakura simply gawked. She went to her Sasuke-kun only to see him full of kunai. Sakura, help, he said, and passed out, causing her to faint and Kakashi to sweat drop. That was an E-rank genjutsu, and she failed to see it. He muttered and heard the timer go off. Sasuke and Sakura were on a post, glaring at their sensei as Naruto twirled a kunai around. I must say I'm disappointed at you two. Sakura, Kakashi said seriously, you fell for an E-rank genjutsu and showed absolutely zero skill. He lectured her, causing her to look down sadly. And you, Sasuke, he turned to him, you showed skill. But skill is nothing without a plan. You rushed headfirst when you saw Naruto's skill. Your pride threw strategy off the window. Sasuke merely huffed. And you, Naruto. His serious look turned into a hurtful, why did you try to kill me? Naruto merely lit up a cigar. Don't be a baby. You said to come with the intent to kill. Besides, you didn't fight seriously, since we only stuck to B-rank jutsu. Kakashi sighed. Anyways, even with your skill, you didn't manage to take the bells. A ching sound was heard. They turned to look at Naruto, who held the bells in his hands. Then at Kakashi's bells, which soon vanished. Hey, Chow. When? Why use the lightning genjutsu? I snatched the bells and set up a genjutsu that made them look like they were there. You didn't notice cause the flash blinded for a few seconds, more than just your eyesight. Sasuke then widened his eyes. How do you have the Sharingan? He yelled at him. Kakashi turned to him. It was a gift from a friend. He muttered and turned to the memorial stone. That stone has the name of every ninja who gave up their lives to protect their village. He is there, he said sadly. Sasuke kept quiet. Anyway, what will you do with the bells, Naruto? He simply crushed them under his palm, causing the other to gasp. He turned to them. The point of this test was teamwork. You, Sakura, refused my help. You, Sasuke, I didn't bother since I knew the answer. But with me breaking the bells, I just worked with you. So do we pass? Kakashi looked at him, then nodded with an eye smile. Yes. Thanks to Naruto, you pass. From now on, we're Team 7, he said with a thumbs up, causing Sasuke to smirk and Sakura to smile. Now then, said Naruto, taking out his chakra blades and coating them with lightning chakra, I need to teach you a lesson. He grinned to Kakashi, causing him to stumble back. Wait, Nara dash. A roar of thunder was heard, along with that's for being late. Sarutobi sat in his office, looking at the Jounins. Give your reports. Team 1. Failed. Team 2 failed. Team 3 passed. Team 4 passed barely. Team 5 failed. Team 6 passed, but they will need work. Team 8 passed, but they will need work. Team 10 passed. The door opened as a fried Kakashi walked in. Kakashi. What happened? Naruto pissed. Bad thing, he said, causing the room to sweat drop, then widened their eyes at his next words. Team 7 passed. You passed the team? Yes, they need a lot of work, but they pass. Sarutobi sighed. All right. Dismissed everyone. As soon as they left, he looked outside this window. I wonder what surprises you have stored for me. Naruto, he said with a smile. Chapter 3. The wolf dives into the wave. Konoha. It was a beautiful day in Konoha 1 month after the Genin test. But was it a normal day? Copycat in position. Team acknowledge. Kakashi said. Bubblegum in position. Said Sakura, sighing at her codename. Avenger in position. Sasuke said seriously. Fong, you here? Fong copy. Suddenly, A cat shriek was heard along with an explosion and a Dayu hellspawn. Shit. Fawn will kill the target. Code red. I repeat, code red. Kakashi yelled. The team rushed to the clearing to find Naruto holding by the neck a black cat with a ribbon on her ear, with a chakra blade pointing at her neck, coated with chakra. The cat was scared out of its mind. Now, Naruto, we need the cat alive. Kakashi rubbed his head with an eye smile while his teammates' sweat dropped. He turned to them, his blue eyes glowing. It'll be fine. No one will notice. Please, he pleaded in a sick way, scaring the life out of them. Note to self, don't piss him off, his teammates thought. Kakashi sighed and held Naruto's shoulder. Come on, we must report to the Hokage, he said, only for Naruto to grumble and throw the cat in Sakura's arms, only for it to claw her, causing her to scream. Yep, it was a normal day in Konoha. Hokage Tower. Congratulations on capturing Tora the cat, the Hokage said with a sweat drop. Then a fat lady came in and hugged the cat, causing it to scream in pain. Oh my Tora-chan, how I missed you, she said, causing Naruto's eyebrow to twitch. As she left, the Hokage continued, we have more missions for you. You can paint a villager's fence, clean the academy. Naruto's eyebrow kept twitching, help with the construction of a house. A yell of Tora-chan was heard, or catch Tor. A wave of chakra surrounded Naruto, causing his team to take a few steps back and oh, no more. Pathétique déranque, he cried. I wondered when he would blow. The Sandaime thought humorously. Irika went to scold him. Namikaze, San, you must understand that dash. But he had to duck from two chakra blades, one breaking his desk, one embedding itself on the wall, inches above his head, causing him to sweat. Shut it, or you're next. He turned to the Hokage. Give us a higher mission, OLD. Mun. Sandaime simply took out a C rank, causing Naruto to calm down and take back his blades. Team 7, this will be your first C rank mission, he said, causing Sasuke to smirk and Sakura to have a slight look of worry. You are to escort a builder to Wave Country. Bring in the client, he said. Then a gray-haired man with a beard and a straw hat came in, holding a bottle. He reeked of alcohol. These are the brats supposed to protect me? They look pathetic, especially the girl and the black-haired kid, he said with a scowl, causing both of them to try and hit him, only to be held by Kakashi. I assure you we will be more than enough. I am an elite jounin after all, and my team are some of the strongest genins, he said, then turned to his team, Team 7. Go to your homes to prepare for a week-long trip. Meet at the East Gate in 1 hour. Dismissed, he said seriously, and they nodded, exiting the building. Naruto rushed out, but instead of going to his apartment, he went to meet him on. As he rushed inside the building, he almost crashed on him. Oh, hi, Naruto. I'm afraid your house isn't finished, Compel Dash. I know it isn't. I came to ask if it would be done by the end of the week. He stopped him. Amon scratched his chin. I believe it will be. I also have to say, thanks to your money, we managed to hire enough workers and get all the supplies in time to finish something that would take 3 months in only 1 month, he said proudly. Naruto nodded, glad to hear it. I'm going on a mission and won't return till the end of the week. Ja, any? He said and rushed out. As he was running, he suddenly came to a halt, only to facepalm himself. Why am I running? I know the Shunshin, he muttered, only to disappear in a swirl of leaves. He teleported in his apartment. It was a plain one, holding only the necessary furniture. As he entered his bedroom, he opened a small wardrobe. On its doors were rows of scrolls titled differently. Inside the wardrobe lay a set of protective gear, similar to the ones worn by ANBU. Also, it held his Nodachi, the blade he usually used when he wanted to play with his enemies as an ANBU. It was made of chakra metal and held on a smoke-black sheath. He wore the protective gear, sheathed the Nodachi on his back, while he placed his chakra blades on his waist. He took a scroll titled C-Rank Gear, another titled Healing, one titled Rations, and one titled Survival Items. He placed them all on a small table and sealed them inside a slightly bigger scroll. He placed that scroll on his back, making an X with the Nodachi. He looked himself on the mirror and nodded, exiting the apartment. He arrived at the East Gate, earning surprised looks from his teammates due to his armor and sword. A moment later, Kakashi arrived with the builder. Everyone here? Good, let's move out, he said. It was time for Team 7's first mission to begin. Road to Wave. Team 7 was walking to wave in a defensive formation. Tazuna, the client, was in the middle with Sakura and Sasuke at his sides, Kakashi at the front and Naruto at the rear. Sakura turned to him. "Naruto, where are your supplies?" He merely took out his scroll, earning an eyebrow from Sakura. "His supplies are sealed in the scroll, Sakura," explained Kakashi, earning a look of surprise from Sakura. She then started a conversation with the bridge builder regarding Wave. At some moment, she turned to Wave. "Kakashi-sensei, doesn't Wave have shinobi?" "No, Sakura. Wave isn't rich enough to afford an academy. Thus they asked for help from other villages like Konoha." She nodded and stopped talking. Suddenly, Naruto noticed a puddle in the front, but it hasn't rained in weeks. Kakashi knows it, I'm sure, but makes no move. "Oh, now I get it. He wants to see who they're after," he thought. They passed the puddle, Tazuna and his teammates unaware. Suddenly, the puddle shifted and two nuke nines with a chain as a weapon appeared. They surrounded Kakashi with the chain and shredded him in pieces, causing Sakura to scream, but take a kunai out regardless. They turned to Tazuna. "One to go," they said in unison and rushed at him. However, Sasuke appeared in front of them and screamed, "Fire release! Grand fireball!" aiming at the chain. A fireball went their way, causing them to split the chain and dodge it. However, Naruto appeared in front of one, slicing him with his chakra blades, blood gushing from his chest, falling to the ground. "Meizu!" The other screamed and rushed at Naruto, only to get a kunai to the shoulder by Sasuke. Before he could get up, Kakashi appeared and placed his knee on his chest, a kunai to his neck, causing him to stop moving. Sakura screamed from her position, "Kakashi-sensei!" "How?" she thought, then looked at her sensei's dead body only to see splintered wood. "Kawarimi!" she inwardly exclaimed. "I wanted to see how you would do," he said, and I was not disappointed. "Sasuke, Naruto, great job at incapacitating your targets. You too, Sakura. You knew your weakness and decided to protect the client. I am proud of you," he smiled, then turned to the down nuke nin, only to see him unconscious. "These are the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, nuke nins from Kiri. They were after you, Tazuna." "Why?" he said, looking at him. His eyes narrowed, causing him to sigh and tell the truth. Kakashi sighed. "This mission is above our level. We should head dash," but Naruto shook his head. "I am going." Sasuke joined. "If he's going, I am going too." "So am I." Sakura screamed once Sasuke spoke. Kakashi sighed. "All right, we will continue," he said, causing Tazuna to nod with tears. "Thank you," he said. Kakashi tied them to a tree to be picked by ANBU, and the team continued the journey. Wave. Team 7 were in a boat, heading for Tazuna's house. Despite the mist, Tazuna's bridge could be seen clearly. "Wow!" Sakura exclaimed while Naruto merely whistled. "Be quiet," the boat driver hissed. After a while, they got aground. As they walked, Naruto suddenly threw a kunai at a bush, only for a frightened white rabbit to jump out. "Are you an idiot, Naruto? You almost killed the poor thing." Sakura screamed, but Naruto ignored her. "That rabbit's coat is white. It should be brown at this time of year, unless it was grown indoors." He widened his eyes, with Kakashi shouting, "Get down," courtesy of a large sword passing over heads and embedding itself deep in a tree. A man shined above it. He was tall and muscular, with spiky black hair and brown eyes. He wore bandages covering his mouth. "What is this? A team of genin? And a legendary Kakashi the copycat? No wonder the demon brothers failed." He spoke. Kakashi stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. "Zabuza Momochi, demon of the mist. A-rank ninja. You will fight me," he said, uncovering his Sharingan. "The Sharingan? I am deeply honored." He grinned, jumping down and lifting his sword. He did a hand seal. "Kirigakure no Jutsu," he exclaimed, covering the area with mist. Team 7 Delta formation. "Protect the client," he said, with Sasuke and Sakura taking the side with a kunai and Naruto the front, his chakra blades coated with wind chakra. 8 points: liver, lungs, heart, jugular vein, larynx, subclavian artery, kidneys, brain. "Which one to strike first?" he said through the mist, releasing his killer intent. "This P pressure is you unbearable." Sakura thought. Sasuke took a kunai. "I might as well end this. I can't stand it." However, Kakashi stopped him. "Don't worry, Sasuke. I won't let any of my students die, he said. Is that so? Zabuza shouted and swinged from behind towards the bridge builder. However, he was stopped, thanks to Naruto, who blocked them with his chakra blades. "I'm impressed, kid," he said before he was stabbed in the back by Kakashi, only to transform into water Mizu Bunshin. He muttered, only to duck under his swing. Kakashi sent a kick towards him, only to block and respond with a punch. The taijutsu match carried on for a few minutes, until both jumped back and went through hand seals at insane speeds. They stopped on the same hand seal, water release. "Water dragon bullet," they both shouted. Two large dragons appeared and crashed on each other. Amazing, Sakura thought. So this is a jounin battle, Sasuke thought. After the jutsu, Kakashi kicked Zabuza into the lake only for him to disappear. As Kakashi rushed on top of the water, he noticed something. This water is coated with chakra. "Oh no," he exclaimed, only to be trapped in a ball of water, held by Zabuza. "Water prison success," he said. Kakashi cursed and turned his team. "Run. You can't fight him." Only to get a smurf from Naruto. "Oh, come on, Kakashi. Weren't you the one who stressed in every team meeting, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash? Besides, I can handle him," he said, grinning. Sasuke also stepped forward. "I won't back down from this fight," he simply said. Zabuza smirked and made 10 Mizu Bunshin, only for 5 to be swiftly cut down by Naruto, who rushed at him. "Sasuke, handle the other 5. He ordered and sent his chakra blades at Zabuza with intense speeds. He caught one and dodged the other by leaning, only for Naruto to appear on him at breakneck speeds. His hand reared back. "Earth release. Fist rock," he said with a grin, punching Zabuza with his rock-coated punch in the chest, sending him flying, the jutsu broken. As Kakashi rose, he rushed at him. Zabuza got up painfully and started doing hand signs, Kakashi copying him. "Will you stop copying me? You are really annoying." Kakashi kept interrupting. "Can you see the future?" "Yes, and I see your death," he said, finishing the hand seals first. "Water release. Great waterfall," he said, sending out a torrent of water that sent Zabuza crashing on a tree. Zabuza struggled to get up. However, he felt the ground when 2 sunbons struck his neck. A hunter Nin appeared, turning to them. "You were right. He died," he said to Kakashi. She went to pick him up, only to dodge a hail of shuriken, courtesy of Naruto. She immediately grabbed him and disappeared. "Why did you attack him, Naruto Baka?" He turned to her, a grin in his face. "Shut up, or face oblivion," he said creepily, causing her to shut up, fear in her eyes. He picked Kakashi up and turned to Tazuna. "Lead us to the house." "Sasuke, Sakura, take positions next to Tazuna," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for protest. With that, they carried on for Tazuna's house. After an hour, they finally arrived. It was small, connected to a lake. The door was opened by a beautiful woman with long blue hair wearing a pink shirt and blue skirt. "Oh, thank the gods. Father, you all right?" she said with worry. Only for him to smirk. "Ah, don't worry. I had these awesome ninja to protect me." At that point, Naruto interfered. "Excuse me, miss, not to be rude or anything, but is there a place for us to put our sensei?" he said, causing her to widen her eyes. "Oh, yes. Please come in." "Thank you," he replied. As they entered the house, Kakashi was placed in the couch only to get a slap by Naruto, causing him to wake up. "Ow. Don't be so harsh. Don't pretend to be asleep," he replied, his hands glowing green and placing them on Kakashi's chest. After a while, he said his diagnosis: "You don't have serious injuries, just chakra exhaustion. It will take you a week to recuperate, maybe less," causing Kakashi to sigh. "We got a week to prepare for Zabuza," Naruto said, causing Tazuna and his team to widen their eyes. "But the hunter Nin killed him," only for Naruto to shake his head. He used Sunbon and aimed for the neck. She struck a nerve to make him fall unconscious and be placed in a death-like state. Also, a true hunter Nin would have burned the body on the spot, not take it with him. "Zabuza is very much alive," he said, causing the others to get scared. "How long will it take for him to recuperate?" Kakashi asked, only for Naruto to place a hand on his chin. "Well, he didn't suffer from chakra exhaustion like you. He got more injuries, definitely cracked ribs from my punch. Not to mention the death-like state puts a lot of strain to the body. 2 weeks, one with a good healer," he explained. Kakashi nodded and turned to his team. until I am back on my feet. Naruto is the team leader, he said, causing Sakura to screech. Sasuke-kun should be the leader. He is the best. Only to get a glare by the rest of the room. Naruto, you must train them, causing him to sigh in displeasure. He turned to Tsunami. Forgive our rudeness. I am Namikaze's Naruto. The Banshee is Haruno Sakura. The Emo is Sasuke. And our sensei is Hatake Kakashi. Pleasure to meet you, he said with a bow, causing her to smile and do the same. I am Tsunami. Thank you for escorting my father, she said. Do you have spare rooms, Tsunami-san? We have 2 spare rooms, she said. All right, Kakashi and Sasuke will take 1 room. Sakura the other. Only to get a raised eyebrow by Sasuke. Where will you sleep? Only to get a I won't. In response, along with Naruto, making 6 Kagabunshin guard the house, he ordered, causing them to nod. Training will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m., he said. At that moment, Inari showed up. Inari, say hi to these ninjas who protected your grandpa. Tsunami said, only for Inari to look at them. Why? They will die, he said without emotion, only to get annoyed glances. He stood up and left, causing Tsunami to sigh. I apologize for that. Only to get a shake of the head. Don't be. He is only a child, he said. After dinner and some light talk, Team 7 and Tazuna's family went to bed. Naruto stood on top of the roof, thinking about everything. Zabuza is alive, but this Gato guy will no doubt call reinforcements. High-level reinforcements. From what I know, he possesses a vast wealth and owns a number of companies, some related to ninjas. Heck, this guy, from what I learned from ANBU, is charged for everything from slave and arms trading to robbery and murder. I think it wouldn't hurt to borrow his wealth. As for Zabuza, I will try to recruit him. An A-rank ninja like him will be a good addition to my future army, he thought. He looked at the moon, his eyes reflecting it, his hand curled into a fist. Just you wait. Shinju, I will become worthy of your power, he thought with a smirk. Chapter 4. The Wolf Saves the Wave. Wave Country. Gato's mansion was a building signifying power, surrounded by guards on all locations. It was his base of operations in Wave Country. It used to be the palace of the Wave Daimyo, but after the takeover of Wave, it became Gato's estate of drugs and prostitution. In a room, you could find the fake Hunter Nin taking care of Zabuza, who kept cursing, damn that Hatake. When I am up, I will rip off his head. And that Gaki, he will pay for that punch, he said bitterly and turned to the hunter, and you just had to hit me in the neck of all places. The neck is the best and swiftest place for the effect. It had to be done, the Nin said, a hint of amusement in the voice. Then Gato came in, followed by 2 samurai wannabes. He looked at Zabuza with a scowl. Oh, look at the great demon. A team of Jinin took you down. Is this all I get for the money I paid you? He yelled. I underestimated them. They had Kakashi the copy ninja with them. I will get them next time, he said with a huff. Gato approached his bed. You better, or you will, ACK, he yelled in pain when the Hunter Nin grabbed his arm and twisted it. He fell back as his 2 guards placed their hands on their blades, only for him to reveal 3 Sunbon ready for use. Gato shaked his head at them, and they standed down. You got 1 week. If you fail, I will hire someone more suitable, he growled and exited the room. You didn't have to do that, Haku, Zabuza said, revealing a kunai, only for her to shake her head. Don't overexert yourself. Just rest, Zabuza-sama. She said it had been 4 days since Naruto became team leader, and both Sakura and Sasuke finally agreed on one thing. He was a slave driver. Every day, he had them do physical exercises that made Sakura look like she was about to commit seppuku, and Sasuke look like a tired, annoyed Sasuke. However, today seemed to be different. All right, today we shall learn to climb trees, Naruto said to them, getting weird looks. Naruto, we already know how. He merely walked forward to a tree. Do you know how to climb a tree dash, then walked up the tree without hands? He said, his hands in his pocket, causing them to widen their eyes. The principle is simple. You must apply a fixed amount of chakra to the soles of your feet and use it to stick on the tree. Too much, you get thrown off. Too little, you fall. Use these dash, he said as he fell from the tree with a backflip, while simultaneously throwing 2 kunai, 1 for each, at their feet to record your progress. He said, I suggest you get a running head start. Begin, he said, taking out a cigar. Naruto watched them practicing. In a short time, Sakura reached the top. Good, Sakura. Now, keep doing the exercise until you run out of chakra. This exercise doesn't only help your control, your reserves get a boost as well, he explained, causing her to nod and continue. He then turned to Sasuke, who wasn't doing so well. Remember Sasuke? Focus, he advised, causing him to scowl but calm down. He runned up the tree and run a considerable longer distance before he fell off, causing him to smirk, but throw a thankful nod towards Naruto. Naruto nodded in response and continued monitoring them. Unknown to them, Kakashi observed them with an eye smile. Soon the sun was about to set when Sasuke mastered the exercise. Congratulations, he told them. Now, time to get back, he said. As they entered the house, they saw Tsunami cooking. Hello, Tsunami-san. The food smells delicious, she turned and smiled. Why, thank you. Gather everyone. Food is almost ready. The team and Tezuna's family ate, with most of them wondering how Naruto and Kakashi could eat with their masks on. However, Inari finally had enough, it seemed. He slammed his hands on the table and glared at the ninja. Why are you still trying? You will lose. Gato has hundreds of thugs. He scowled, only to get a snort for Naruto. They're just that. Thugs. They stand no chance against a trained team of ninjas, he replied, causing Inari to scowl further. You are naive. You stand no chance. You sit and train and eat. Well, you don't know what our country has been through. I bet you have a loving family and house back home and have never felt sadness. You know nothing of suffering, he yelled. The room's temperature dropped considerably. Naruto had his head down, his bangs obscuring his eyes. I know nothing of suffering? You dare say that to my face, he said, an enormous pressure falling to the room. Golden chakra surrounding Naruto like a fountain, his eyes turning to a sickly gold. The rest of the room were terrified. Naruto pointed to Kakashi. His father suicided, caused the village hated him for saving his teammates. His closest friends died in the Third Shinobi War while he watched helplessly. He spoke, his voice getting slightly deeper. He then pointed to Sasuke. His older brother massacred his entire clan for the sake of power in one night. He then had him watch the entire massacre, all of it in under a second, for 72 hours. He then disappeared and appeared in front of Inari, grabbing him by the shirt and lifting him up, causing Kakashi to yell, "Stop, Naruto," while the rest of the room stood helplessly and watched. He looked at the boy right in the eyes, his golden eyes having slits. As for me, tell me, boy, have you had thousands of beatings by your fellow villagers? Hundreds of assassinations attempts before the age of 6? Did you have to grow up for 3 years in the streets, looking for scrap and rubbish so you could survive? Did you have to kill at 4 years old? All because you were hated for something you never asked for? No? Then don't tell me I don't know. Suffering. He growled the last part and dropped him to the floor. He turned to the door. I'm going to blow some steam, he coldly said and left. The room was silent for a while. Then Sakura painfully asked, is what he said true, Kakashi-sensei? Only for him to nod sadly. That was the sugar-coated version, causing the room to widen their eyes to the size of dinner plates. I watched Naruto when he grew up. I had seen what has happened to him. Worse things that you can imagine, he said lowly. Tsunami and Sakura were in tears. Inari stood still, too shocked to do anything. Tezuna was cursing, while looking sad, and Sasuke was thinking, he knows my pain. No, he knows more pain than I ever could. Someone like me. He then asked the question in everyone's minds, how? How is he still going? After all he has been through, how can he still smile, laugh, joke, and live like that? Sasuke yelled. Kakashi answered again. Naruto has a strong will, the strongest I have ever seen. It isn't surprising that the Hokage says Naruto's will of fire is a luminous sun. However, I fear the day all the pin-up emotions surface. What he will do that day. For the most dangerous sun is the one who has died and becomes a solar explosion, which brings total devastation to anything in the vicinity. He cryptically spoke and went upstairs. The residents had a lot to think about. Wave Forest. Naruto stood in the middle of the forest, hacking, slashing, punching, kicking, destroying anything he found. He growled, "Damn brat," he said, cutting a tree in half with his Nodachi. He kept going, golden aura surrounding his body. Suddenly, he put wind chakra to his blade and threw it to a dozen trees, cutting them all. Wind release. Vacuum wave, he yelled, spinning around. as razor-sharp winds were released in all directions, cutting many trees in half. The moment he stopped, he immediately did more hand seals, water release, great waterfall. An enormous torrent of water spewed out of his mouth and destroyed everything in its path for a large distance. He then encompassed his arm in electricity, the lightning turning golden slightly due to the gold chakra. A screeching was heard as he pointed to a tree. Chidori, sharp spear, he growled and sent a beam of lightning to the other direction, making some trees catch fire. He did more hand seals, earth release, tearing earth turning palm. He punched the ground, rocks flying around, causing a fissure. He kept going all night. A young girl, wearing a pink kimono, walked with a basket, only to widen her eyes towards the forest did a tornado pass through. However, she shook her head as she sensed chakra residue. Powerful chakra at that. She kept walking until she saw a boy, the boy who shot her those shuriken. She outstretched an arm, going to strangle him, but instead she woke him up. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her. "Are you a ninja?" He simply nodded. "Yeah, I was training and fell asleep." She looked around, some training, and turned to him. "What are you doing here?" "I came to pick herbs." "No doubt for Zabuza," he said, catching her punch, a smirk on his face relax. "I won't attack you," he said, dropping her punch to the side. "I want you to heal him. I have a proposal for you two." The now revealed Hunter Neen rose her eyebrow. "What proposal?" "Heroes, I know your skills. I also know as well as you do that Gato will betray you. So, I ask that you may join me." She narrowed her eyes. "I am sorry, but if we want to join Konoha Dash, I didn't say Konoha. I said me. More importantly, join me and be under my clan protection." He interrupted, causing her to tilt her head to the side. "You have a clan?" He nodded. "I am the last of one. However, I come from two powerful Konoha clans, so my name carries a lot of power. I will make sure you and Zabuza get to be happy. All I ask is your loyalty," he exclaimed, causing her to think about it. "Don't think now. Contact Zabuza. Then, once you meet me at the bridge, give me your answer." He stopped, not knowing her name. She nodded and turned her back on him. However, she stopped and said, "I am Haku, and I am a boy." He simply turned the other way, and "I didn't destroy the forest," he said with a smirk and disappeared before she could say another word. "Zabuza-sama," she thought. Naruto came back at the house, but didn't spoke to anyone. He simply sat on top of a rock and was either smoking, sharpening his sword, or not being there. 2 more days passed. Naruto had been off to a morning scouting. However, once he came back, he heard screaming. As he walked around the house, he noticed 2 of Gato's thugs. Narrowing his eyes, he disappeared, only to appear behind them and slash both of their necks with his chakra blades. He turned to see Tsunami, with Inari in front, both of them with fear in their eyes. Naruto made 5 Kagabunshin watch them. He then turned to Inari. "You were brave. Keep being so," he merely said and disappeared, with Inari having stars in his eyes. Bridge. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were in a hard struggle. They went to the bridge to guard Tazuna, only for Zabuza and his fake Hunter Neen to appear. Kakashi fought Zabuza inside the mist. Sasuke battled the Hunter Neen in a dome of ice mirrors, and Sakura was guarding Tazuna. That was the situation until Naruto arrived. Knowing Kakashi could hold his own, Naruto decided to handle Haku first. He swiftly jumped over the dome to see Sasuke impaled by many Senbon and about to take dozens more. He yelled, "Wind release, great breakthrough," and spat out a gust of wind, knocking the Senbon away. A smirk formed on Sasuke's face as he was about to collapse, but Naruto caught him. Carefully, he placed him down. "Good job, Sasuke. Now we'll rest," he said, only to get a nod and silence. He turned to Haku. "Well, now to deal with you," he said. His response was her entering the mirrors and throwing Senbon in different directions only for him to dodge them. "He's fast," she thought as she continued. "Give up. You can't keep track of me, and my mirrors are dashed." She was cut off as he appeared above her and sent an axe kick at one of the mirrors, shattering it in half. "Impossible," she yelled, only to meet a fist. As she narrowly dodged, another mirror was destroyed. This kept on until Naruto had enough. He went through hand seals while smirking, lightning release, wave of inspiration, and pressed his hand on a mirror. Powerful lightning coursed through it, shattering it, only for the electrical pieces to touch other mirrors, giving off the same effect. This caused a chain reaction, breaking all the mirrors, with Haku narrowly dodging the shock. However, Naruto appeared above her, his fist curled back, lightning surrounding him. With a shout of lightning release, lightning rod, he punched her mask, cracking it, along with sending a bolt of electricity in her body. She fell to the ground, her mask now torn off by Naruto. "Be a good girl and stay here," he said, then turned to the direction he felt powerful chakra from. He muttered as he rushed off. In a few seconds, he saw Zabuza kept in place by Kakashi's tracker dogs as he made the famous Raikiri and sped off to finish him, with Haku teleporting to stop it. However, he came in front and caught his wrist, sending a pulse of chakra, canceling the jutsu to Kakashi's shock. He pushed him away. "What are you doing, Naruto?" he yelled. Naruto snorted and turned to Zabuza. "The hell you doing, Zabuza?" "Didn't you think the deal?" he said, causing Zabuza to snort as the tracker dogs dispelled and Zabuza fell. Only for Haku to hold him. "Zabuza-sama," she yelled. He painfully turned to her. "I'm sorry, Haku," he said for the first time, causing her to widen her eyes. "Zabuza-sama," she said. Then clapping was heard from the opposite end of the bridge. They turned only to see Gato, with an army of thugs and a nuke Nin next to him. He had green hair and blue eyes, while wearing an Amige Cure headband. His clothing consisted of a pink sleeveless shirt with a black line running along the zipper, black armbands, and black ambu pants. He held an umbrella and had a smirk on his face. "This is all the famous demon of the mist can do. I wanted you to weaken him enough so I can kill all of you, but it seems you're unable to do even that," he sneered. "Gato," Zabuza growled, but closed his eyes in pain, blood flowing from his legs where the dogs bit him. "Aoi, please be a good friend and finish them off." "With pleasure," Aoi said, and released his umbrella. "Sunbon shower," he yelled, as the umbrella released hundreds of sunbon to their vicinity. They would have been pincushions if not for Naruto. He unsealed 3 windmill shuriken and threw them around them, locking them in a triangle and with a yell of lightning release, thunder binding. A triangle-shaped lightning barrier formed around them, blocking the shuriken. "Rokusho Aoi, konoha nukinin," Kakashi said from inside the barrier. He then did hand seals, ignoring Kakashi's shout of weight. Lightning release. Lightning jaguar. The lighting barrier transformed into a jaguar made of electricity. It roared as it sped to Ao. However, before it could reach him, Aoi took out a sword handle, and with a tearing sound, a blade of lightning was formed, which cut down the jaguar with his. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The sword of the thunder god. He muttered, though something else was on his mind. How does he have the sealed form of a holy weapon? Questions raced in his mind, but he shrugged them off. He needed that blade. He took out his Nodachi, made of chakra metal. He covered it in electricity and swiftly charged forward, with Aoi doing the same. They met in the center, their swords clashing as sparks flew. Naruto growled as his blade gained slight cracks, despite the lightning fortifying it. He pushed back Aoi and swinged at him. "Lightning wave," he yelled, as a wave of lightning chakra went Aoi's way, only for him to swing his sword and destroy it. He then dashed at him and continued the sword clashing, his sword to the point of breaking after Aoi blocked one of Naruto's more powerful swings. Naruto, however, used the blocking to appear in front of Aoi, a Chidori in his hand. He stabbed the lightning blade at its base, cracking it slightly, to Aoi's unawareness, while jumping back, curling his hand into a fist. His hand was surrounded by blue chakra, with him charging forward and punching the sword where the Chidori hit. The lightning blade disappeared for a second, to Aoi's horror, which was all Naruto needed. In that split second, he stabbed his chest, then raised with a swift motion the blade upwards, cracking the sword inside Aoi's dying body. He tossed the handle aside with a sad sigh as he grabbed the Thunder God blade from Aoi's hand. He placed it on his waist as he turned to notice Gato's scowl. Gato turned his thugs. "Kill him, but keep the girls alive. They will prove fine entertainment along with the women we will take after we sack the village," he yelled, the thugs roaring and charging. Zabuza took his blade, as him and Kakashi joined Naruto's side. "Kid, if we survive this, I will join you," he muttered. Naruto simply smirked and threw Kakashi his chakra blades. "Don't lose them," he said as he crouched low. "Now," he yelled, the three of them running to intercept the thugs. All hell broke loose. Zabuza used his executioner blade to cut thugs left and right. Kakashi surrounded his chakra blades with lightning as he moved from one opponent to the other. Naruto was a blur of death. He was breaking necks, hands and legs left and right, and targeted weak points of the body. At one point, he had twisted a man's arm, took his sword, cut off his head, then threw it at another man. Before the man could respond, a sword cut through the head, along with the man's chest. Gato was seen rushing to the back. Naruto showed him. Then with a cry of lightning release, electromagnetic murder, the last line of defense was broken. Naruto grabbed Gato from the throat and lifted him up. Please. Spare me," he begged. Naruto smirked. "I won't kill you," he said, causing Gato to sigh. "They will." He added and showed him the band of villagers, led by Inari. He threw Gato at their feet and the beating began. He then turned to his team to see Sakura crying over Sasuke's injured form. With a sigh, he sat down, having lost quite a bit of chakra from the continuous jutsu dam. "I should have taken off the seals," he thought. Wave Village. 3 days had passed since the victory at the bridge. After the battle, Naruto had visited Gato's mansion and sacked it. He grabbed anything of value: land papers, blackmail, business administration, title holdings, and numerous money accounts. He also got access to his vault and took numerous artifacts along with 30 billion Ryo. He kept 10 for himself, 5 for Zabuza, and gave the rest to the people of Wave, along with forming business alliances with them. Even if only 3 days had passed, the changes were clear to all. The people were filled with happiness and were optimistic for the days to come. Alas, it was time for the sad goodbye. "Do you really have to go, Nichan?" Inari said with tears in his eyes. Naruto smiled at him. "Now, Inari, no tears. I want you to be a good boy and protect your family, all right?" he said, ruffling his hair, causing him to nod happily yes. "And I will practice to be as strong as you," he said. Gone was the sad boy. Now stood a happy one, ready to protect his family. "Good," he rose. He turned to Zabuza. "So, you said you will come in a month?" he said, with Zabuza nodding yes. "I want to help the wave get back on its feet for a bit while recovering from my injuries," he said, causing him to nod and shake his hand. "I will expect you in a month then. Don't be late or I will open the wounds again," he said with a grin. "To get one from Zabuza in your dreams, Gaki," he said. Naruto simply laughed and joined his team. "All right, Team 7. Time to return," Kakashi said with a nice smile. As they were leaving and waving goodbyes, Tazuna suddenly slapped his forehead. "I forgot to name the bridge." He groaned, but then grinned. "I say we name it the Great Tazuna Bridge," only to get laughs from everyone. "We should name it the Great Naruto Bridge," Inari yelled, with the crowd roaring in agreement. Zabuza simply looked at the boy's back. "Great Naruto Bridge, huh? You will go far, kid," he thought, a small smile rising behind the bandages. Chapter 5. I am your Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen has lived many years, finished many missions, and gave out even more. He has seen many weird things happening, but never in his entire life has he seen a C-rank mission turn to Air rank. He looked at Team 7 after Kakashi finished his report with a small twitch. He coughed in his hand. "Well, despite the circumstances, I congratulate you for finishing an A-rank mission. Your pay will be added to your accounts. You have 2 days free of missions. Dismissed, except you, Naruto," he said. The others looked at Naruto weirdly, except Kakashi, who was busy reading his book, but nonetheless left. Naruto simply sat in a chair. "What do you want, Hokage Gigi?" he said with a smirk at the Hokage's glare, as he took out a cigar. The Hokage sighed. "I just want to know what you're going to do with the Raijin, and that always bounty will go to your account," he said. Naruto closed his eyes. "Thank you for the cash. I will use it until I find a better replacement. But there is more to this." "I know there is," he said. Hiruzen nodded. "I also want to talk to you about your position as the last of a clan," he said, causing Naruto to snort. "What is there to talk about? If this is about the CRA, then it is fine dash. Marriage proposals have come by the dozens," Hiruzen said, causing Naruto to cough out his cigar, then look at him in surprise. "Already? I thought they wouldn't start until after the Chunin exams," he said. The council sent the letters regarding the activation of the law. Even the clans in Konoha have prepared potential brides dash. Damn those lecherous civilians. And you let it occur? He said, his eyes gaining a small gold tint. You know, I had no choice. And I am not the one who gets famous in the bingo book, he said, tossing him the latest version, page 910. He said. Naruto raised an eyebrow, then looked at the page with a raised eyebrow. The hell? Since when am I in the bingo book as an A-rank ninja? He wondered. Since you beat this Momochi Zabuza, he got as a response. Naruto sighed, calming down as he placed the bingo book in his pouch. Who are the potential brides from Konoha? He said, his eyes gaining a slight gleam. Hiruzen coughed his hand. Hayashi desires you to marry him dash no. Too weak, he said, causing Hiruzen to raise an eyebrow. Naruto and the Hyuga are one of the most powerful clans dash, and I have the power to destroy an army. Next, he said, leaving no room for argument on the matter. Well, next the Inuzuka clan suggests Inuzuka Hana. They say she will be a good alpha female. He said, Naruto thinking she is strong and good-looking, but alpha female? Ha, he said. Next is Ino Yamanaka. Oh, I remember her. He said, good-looking, with potential. Add her and Hana to considering. He said with a smirk, what else? He said. They also sent letters to clans and nations throughout the world. He said, we expect response to come during the end of the Chunin exams. He said, causing Naruto to nod. Speaking of the exams, when you participate and become a Chunin, you'll be allowed to sit in council meetings, he replied. Naruto nodded. Thought so, he said. By the way, what will you do with Zabuza? He asked. I will put him under the protection of my clan, he merely said, as he took another cigar. I see. Finally, I want you to know these Chunin exams will be visited by every nation for obvious reasons. Naruto looked at him and nodded. Do you have free time? He said, changing the conversation and causing him to nod with a smile. Thanks to your generosity, favors. Yes, I got more time now, he said. Naruto nods, rising, come grab my shoulder. It will only take a minute, he said. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, but nodded nonetheless. He touched Naruto's shoulder, and they were gone in a shunshin of lightning. Clan estates. Hiruzen looked with eyes ready to pop at what Naruto teleported them outside of. He stood outside a large iron gate made of intricate designs. It was placed on a tall and thick wall, made of what appeared to be chakra granite, that looked impossible to lift. On top of the gate stood a sigil he didn't know. It had the head of a wolf, with 10 tails behind him, each tail holding a symbol. 5 for each element. 1 for Buckeye, 1 for Makai, 1 for Ninjankai, 1 for creation, and 1 for destruction. Besides the large acre of land it surrounded, almost twice the size of the Hyuga compound, nothing was normal. Besides, of course, the enormous estate that stood on the center. It was enormous, standing 100 feet up in the sky, almost the size of the Hokage Tower. Made of chakra wood and stone, it was designed more as a castle than an estate. What is this? When was this made? Why wasn't I informed? He asked in a shock. Naruto grinned as he took out his drink. I ordered its construction after our meeting when you made me genin. And I'm certain you got a form regarding a new clan estate, he said. Hiruzen squinted his eyes, then widened them as he indeed signed such a paper, but didn't read it in his haste to read Ika Ika. He sighed. To have made something so big with these materials in so little time must have cost a fortune, he replied. Billions of Rio, to be exact. A voice interrupted. They turned to see it was Amon. Namikaze-sen asked for the house to be made to withstand any assault. It costed a fortune of billions, but we managed to make one of the most defensible buildings in the world. Naruto nodded. Thanks to Gato, though, I am steadily getting back those Rio. Can you give a rundown of the fort so Hokage-sama can hear it? Amon nodded and turned to the fort. The walls surrounding the estate, as well as the ones of the house, are made of chakra granite. The gate is made of high-quality chakra steel. Inside is a large area capable of housing a large town. The fort is 100 feet tall. It is made of chakra oak wood. It has 40 guest rooms, 11 family rooms, 29 bathrooms, a kitchen, a living room, a dining hall, a meeting room, an armory, a library, 3 training rooms, and a control room. There's also a large underground hall split into 10 sectors, each as big as 5 rooms, left for Namikaze-san to model. Finally, below that lies a bunker made entirely of chakra cement, surrounded by a thick layer of chakra titanium. All in all, it is a fortress in Konoha, he said. Naruto turned to see the Hokage having a blank face. He swinged his arm to his face, getting no reaction. He sighed, calling the Umbu to take the broken Hokage. He then turned to Amon and tossed him an envelope. Inside lies a check for 1 million Ryo. Distribute them to those who work for this, he said, getting a nod and a smile from Amon. As he left, Naruto turned to the fort, cracking his knuckles. He made 100 Kage Bunshin and said time for work. Castle Takizo must be full of seals by nightfall, he said, with the clones nodding and rushing to work. Castle Takizo. The sun's rays shone inside Naruto's new room. He slowly opened his eyes, rising slowly as he stretched his arms. He yawned before looking outside, seeing the sunrise, then at his room. It was a room fit for a lord. The walls were made of polished dark oak wood, giving the room a feel of a cabin. He laid on a king-size bed, made of white iron, the sheets a pure white color. On the right stood a large wardrobe made of the same wood as the walls, while on the left laid a wooden office. As he rose, he changed into his clothes, then laid eyes to the opposite of the room. There laid an armor stand, without any armor, along with hooks on the wall for various weaponry. His eyes especially laid on the 2 empty sword holsters. With a sigh, he placed the Raijin on one of the holsters as he thought he should find a demon or an angel blade soon. He knew very well that the chances of finding another god blade were 1 in a million, not to mention his body can't handle more than 1 god blade until he reached demigod status. Right now, he needed 2 more years for that. He then turned to the armor stand and went towards the table. He grabbed a pen and ink and wrote a letter. He nodded, then created a Kage Bunshin. Get this to Gado's council. Tell them the boss demands one to be made. The clone nodded and disappeared. He sighed and went to the kitchen. He ate breakfast as he thought of the seals. Let's see. I added seals to the walls, the gate, and every inch of the castle. The barrier seals are placed in the control room, along with the link to all the seals in the house. I placed their special high-level seals, along with enough chakra to make me fall asleep in 5 minutes. It should be enough to hold for a century or so, since the new seals reduce the chakra needed for it to work. All I need now is to get those defense machines I ordered while the clones worked, he thought. He finished his breakfast and washed the dishes, then went to the armory. The armory was a large room, and its purpose was like the name suggested. It stored Naruto's weapons. 3 walls had hooks on them for weapons, while the other wall was filled with drawers. Inside the drawers laid scrolls filled with different weapons, provisions, rations, medical kits, poisons, and anything combat-related. The right wall was filled with different types of swords, from kodachis and wakizashi to nodachi and okatanas. It even had some strange swords like a claymore or a rapier. The left wall featured heavy weapons like battle axes, spears, bow staffs, war hammers, and even some morning stars. Finally, the wall behind him was filled with different types of ranged weaponry, from demon and windmill shurikens to longbows and crossbows. On the center of the room, laid armor stands with armors appearing similar to those Umbu wore. He grabbed the weapons he needed, then went outside while drinking his carbon drink. As he went outside, he made around 100 Kage Bunshin and said 35 of you work on the new seals. Another 35 will work on creating clan houses on designated areas. The rest go grab the defensive machines and install them, he said, getting salutes. With a sigh, he went out to Konoha. Konoha Gota. Naruto waited at the gate for around an hour before he saw Zabuza and Haku walking towards Konoha. He approached Izumo and Kotetsu, the gate guards, and showed them the papers. With a nod, they led those 2 in, albeit with narrowed eyes. He turned to Zabuza and Haku and smirked, "Welcome to Konoha." Zabuza snorted, "I have been here before Gaki, Naruto-sama," he said, scratching his head at the end. Haku, however, looked around in wonder. Naruto smiled and made a Kage Bunshin. "This clone will show you around, then he will help you go to the house. There, after you sort your things out, you may do as you wish. I have businesses to attend to," he said, causing them to nod as they went with the clone. Naruto turned and went to the village. He hummed as he looked around for anything to do. Shrugging, he went towards Ichiraku to get some ramen. As he entered and sat on a stand, Ayam saw him, then turned to him with a smile. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," she said. Naruto nodded with a smile. "Good morning, Ayam-chan. I would like 5 bowls of beef ramen," he said, causing her to nod, coming right up. She then turned towards the back to San. "5 beef for Naruto," she said, getting a coming in response. She turned to him. "How are you doing, Naruto-kun? I heard you went on a mission." He nodded, "Yeah. Nothing special, though," he said as the first bowl was in front of him. She nodded, chatting with him as he ate, but eventually leaving him to attend to other customers. Naruto sighed blissfully, but before he could finish the final bowl, an Umbu appeared. "Namikaze-san, the Hokage has summoned you. He says it's urgent," the cat-masked Umbu said. Naruto nodded. "I will be there in a moment," he said as he ate quickly his last bowl as she nodded and disappeared. With a sigh, he paid and disappeared as well. Hokage Tower. Naruto stood outside the Hokage's office, thinking what Hiruzen wanted. He could expect a few things, talk of his money, the castle, or the Chunin exams. But the scene he walked in, that he never expected. In the room stood the Hokage in his chair, his hands folded together, and in front of him, on top of his chin. That wasn't the strange thing. The 2 people standing next to him were. The first was a woman that stood at 5 feet 8 inches with long red hair and round violet eyes. She had a curvy figure that would make any man drool, with a bubblegum as in E-cup breasts. She wore black shinobi pants, red sandals, and a red shirt with black mesh armor below. She also had a ninjato on her back. The other person was a man at 6 feet 1 inch with golden blonde hair and lightning blue eyes. He wore blue jounin pants, a blue muscle shirt, blue sandals, and a white trench coat with red flames licking the bottom. Naruto blinked, his eyes widening. "In Naruto-kun, these are..." Hiruzen started, but was interrupted. "Hello, Naruto," said the man with a smile. "My name is Namikaze Minato. I am your father." Chapter 6. One Meets All. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi never expected this. Not on his wildest dreams. Minato, Kushina, alive? How could this be? He came in his office after going to the Jounin Lounge to inform them about the Chunin exams and give out roles, only to find those 2 there, with smiles on their faces like nothing happened. But he knew the worst had yet to come. No, he knew it would be when Naruto found out, which is exactly what happened since they were adamant on seeing their Sochi. But he knew better. Naruto didn't like his parents a lot, but he respected the fact that they sacrificed themselves for the village, even if it meant sacrificing their son. But when he found out what truly happened to them, he wouldn't be angry like himself was. No, he feared Naruto would break. And even if he could stop him, he wouldn't. He decided to sit and talk only when addressed. "God have mercy on us all," he thought, as he looked towards Naruto. Naruto's bangs shadowed his face. He was looking at the ground, trembling, his hands curled into fists, veins forming. "How are you alive?" he spoke in a whisper. Minato talked, a smile on his face, thinking Naruto was like this from joy. "Well, when I used a Shiki Fujin, I used a loophole. Instead of sealing the entire Kyuubi into you, I only sealed the soul. The chakra, I sealed it into your sister," he explained. Naruto simply said, "My sister? I have a sister?" Only for Kushina to nod with a smile, "Not one. 2 beautiful sisters. The eldest one is Naruko, holding the chakra. After a year, I gave birth to another child, Narumi. Both can't wait to meet you," she said happily. Naruto turned back to Minato. "And where were you all this time? Why you left me here?" he said, the here coming out like a hiss, which went totally unnoticed by the smiling parents. "We thought it was best to leave you here, because Naruko needed to control the chakra. We didn't know what would happen if you were near her, without her having full control," they said. That did it. Sarutobi thought with a gulp. A sudden pressure fell on the room, cold and dark. Both parents' eyes widened their eyes, with Kushina and Sarutobi finding it a bit hard to breathe. The pressure was felt in the entire village. Umbu and many Jounin were familiar with the pressure. This was the pressure of the Ukami no Sure, Konoha's alpha manslayer. And from the dense feeling, he was pissed. Every ninja close to the tower instantly fell back. They knew the Hokage wasn't going to be attacked by the Ukami, and they also knew they shouldn't get near him, or their deaths would be immediate. Genins and civilians cried under the immense pressure. If it was any more potent, it would feel like the Kyuubi attacked yet again. Inside the room, Naruto was surrounded by gold chakra. His nails had become similar to claws, his clenched teeth to fangs, and his now open eyes were a sickly gold, with a black slit like a wolf's. Dark blue lightning crackled around him, as wind picked up below his feet. The tower shook from the immense pressure. Naruto-kun, stop! You will tear down the tower, he yelled. The power soon decreased, the golden aura disappeared, and his features went back to normal. But the lightning stayed, signifying that he was too pissed to completely control himself. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? He stressed the word, leaving no room for argument. Hiruzen nodded, with sadness in his eyes. Naruto went to the door, but stopped. If you two come near me like this again, prepare for the consequences. He left the threat hanging. As he left the tower, the Hokage's guards which stood outside quickly letting him pass, not wanting to die today. Hiruzen sighed, turning to the shocked parents. He rose anger in his eyes. Are you completely mad? He roared at them. They turned to him, too shocked to speak. You come to the village. After 12 years, you tell him you're alive, that he has 2 sisters, and that you let him in this hellhole for what? A stupid and untrue reason. Are you both bakas? He yelled, releasing his own pressure, sweat dripping in their brows. What do you mean a stupid and untrue reason? Minato asked. Hiruzen calmed down, looking at them with surprise. You really don't know? He asked, causing them to shake their heads. He narrowed his eyes. You mean you really thought you sealed the Kyuubi's soul inside him? Fools! You sealed 5 tails of its chakra inside him, he yelled loudly, causing them to widen and Minato to yell, It can't be. When I summoned the Shinigami, I dash. He then stopped, widening his eyes more. Kushina turned to him. Minato-kun, she asked. When I summoned the Shinigami, I only told him to begin with Naruto. I never told him to seal the soul inside him. All it sealed was a large red substance in the form of the fox. I thought it was the Kyuubi's soul, but now it must have been condensed Yuki, he said lowly, causing her to widen her eyes. And Naruto has dashed the Kyuubi's soul. But she has more than 4 tails. How? Are you an idiot? Naruto is an Uzumaki. She was born with more than enough chakra for the Kyuubi to absorb to quickly recover. Not to mention, he would recover in time anyways. Hiruzen yelled. Kushina turned to him. But still, what do you mean left him in the hellhole? We asked and hinged the villagers, and they all say Naruto-sama is the best genin. Hiruzen growled. That was only after they learned he was your and Minato's son. His eyes then filled with sadness. Naruto didn't live until he became 8 years old. Before that, he suffered. He starved, got poisoned, stabbed, suffered broken bones, got beat by villagers, suffered assassination attempts during the first week of him being a Jinchuriki, if you can call him that, was kicked out of 15 orphanages, and even with Sarutobi, said Minato in a shaky voice. Hiruzen looked down 3 times. Naruto has been raped, he said. Kushina placed a hand over her mouth, tears flowing down like a river, making sobbing voices, while Minato clenched his fist, tears forming in his eyes too. Hiruzen rose. I save him from that, but at a cost. Stay and think of what you caused, he said bitterly, leaving the broken parents on their own. Castle Takizo. Zabuza had faced many things in his life. He faced armies of shinobi, hunter nins, elite ninjas, and even the Yonde Mizukage, the strongest Mizukage since the time of the Naidame. Kakashi had faced many things as well, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune being one of them. But both A-rank ninjas decided together that one thing they wouldn't never want to face is Naruto pissed. Zabuza and Haku met Team 7 and Kakashi and decided to go to Naruto's new house together. Of course, all of them were shocked at the castle. While looking around, they felt, heck, the entire village did, an enormous pressure. Then, all the clones went haywire and started activating the barriers and seals and sorting out the things. Then they dispelled, with one warning them that they shouldn't go outside for a few hours. They didn't know what he meant, but now they did. Inside the house, you could see Team 7 and the Mist group hiding in the curtains of a window as they saw on the open field below a very pissed Naruto throwing A-rank techniques left and right. The field was a mess, cracks, holes, small fissures, and combusted grass everywhere. Naruto was currently surrounded by his chakra, as he punched while in mid-air in rapid succession, at speeds too fast for a jounin, releasing with each punch golden chakra blasts, each packing the punch of a B-rank technique. His roaring pierced the heavens, his energy forcing the field apart. Die! He kept yelling, concentrating fire on a specific spot, soon forming a whole fit for a lake. He eventually stopped. As the Hokage rushed at him, "Naruto, stop," he said, only to have to dodge a blade of wind that tore the ground. He looked at Naruto and sighed. He took off his robes, revealing his battle armor, as he summoned Enma, the Monkey King. "Enma, I need your help. Turn into the bow staff," he said, with Enma looking towards Naruto, taking into account that Naruto's use of energy made his chakra fall rapidly and nodded, transforming into an adamantine stuff. Naruto made a Kaze no Yaiba as he rushed at Kaga-level speeds and swinged down at him, with Hiruzen raising his staff. A clang was heard as the ground below Hiruzen caved in from the force. Hiruzen quickly shined away and formed hand signs, "Earth release." "Earth flow river," he said, a river of mud forming behind Naruto, stopping his rush. "Earth release." "Earth dragon bullet." A mud dragon's head formed that shot mud bullets. "Fire release." "Fire dragon bullet." He shot a wave of fire from his mouth, the mud bullets catching on fire. Naruto roared, "Water release." "Great waterfall." He spat out a torrent of water. The jutsus collided in an explosion. From the smoke came Naruto, two Raikiri in his hands as he slammed them forward. Sarutobi using Enma to defend, but the power behind the jutsu made cracks in the staff, causing Sarutobi to widen his eyes as it was as hard as diamonds. He sent a sweep kick only for Sarutobi to jump, but get hit in the stomach by a following high kick. He was sent flying but used chakra to skid the ground into a halt. He saw Naruto coming at him and went into hand seals, "Fire release." "Fire dragon flame bullet." He yelled, releasing a stream of flames. Naruto did hand seals and spawned a wall of stone. The fire hit the rock, causing it to become hot. Hiruzen pushed more chakra, the flames turning white, until an explosion occurred, with Naruto flying back. He flipped in midair and pushed his hand into the ground, skidding into a halt, then punched towards Hiruzen, a chakra blast going his way. Hiruzen slammed Enma on it, only to get flying back from the force as it dispelled. At that moment, Enma went back to the summoning realm. Both Naruto and Hiruzen stood into a chance and rushed at each other, going through a battle of jutsu-infused taijutsu battle, Naruto using water and lightning release, and Sarutobi using fire and earth release. The battle continued for 5 more minutes, until both Hiruzen and Naruto were too tired to even move. Naruto calmed down, his eyes turning back to blue. "Thanks. I needed that," he said, and tossed him a chakra pill. Hiruzen caught it with a nod. "Don't be. I understand. Besides, it was good to stretch," he said. Naruto turned to the house. "Explain what happened to them." "I need some air himself," he said. "Naruto, before you go, Kakashi came to tell you he applied you both to the Chunin exams. They start in 2 days," he said, with Naruto simply nodding. With a leaf shunshin, he was gone. Konoha. It was a new day in Konoha, not to mention the last day before the Chunin exams. Teams from all over the world came to compete for the right to become Chunin. However, the major gossip was something else entirely. News of the Yondame's return spread like wildfire, the population having mixed reactions. Some were very happy, thinking Konoha grew in power once again. Some were displeased because he left his son, while others simply didn't know what to think. Team 7 had also mixed reaction. Kakashi was happy his sensei was alive, though he felt sadness for Naruto. Sakura was neutral, while Sasuke hated it. He thought it was like saying Itachi returned and was pardoned for his crimes. Similar thought coursed through each member of the Genin teams. We could find Naruto walking around, his eyes narrowed as the villagers looked at him, some with pity, some with adoration. Naruto ignored them as he kept his mind off everything. He kept walking until he stopped. Behind him stood a square rock with holes. He turned and simply did a sealless earth jutsu, causing the ground to move as a yelp was formed. The rock blew up in a puff of smoke as the coughing of 3 kids was heard. We used too many smoke bombs. One said coughing. The one in the middle looked up and yelled, Naruto Nizan. He sighed, Konohamaru, square rocks don't exist or follow you around, he muttered. Konohamaru was the grandson of the Sandame. He met him once in the Hokage's office, and after the boy realizing he didn't care for his status, the training tips he gave helped too, he became like an icon for the boy, someone to look up in his dream to become Hokage. Naruto didn't care about that, but helped Konohamaru and his friends whenever he could. Speaking of friends, he gave a nod to them, causing them to nod back with smiles. Udon and Moegi, with Konohamaru and enough training, could make a very decent team, he thought. Naruto Nizan, I heard what happened. You all right? All he got was a forceful nod in response. Before anything else could be said, a cry of Naruto was heard. He turned to see Sakura rushing to him. I heard what happened. You dash I am. He simply said, leaving no room for argument. Konohamaru looked at her, then at Naruto boss. Is she or he raised his pinky, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Do you take my preferences to match her? Konohamaru yucked. You're right. She can't be. I mean, look at her, she's flat, he said, causing Sakura's eye to twitch, not to mention her huge forehead, he said. Then he heard chuckling run. Naruto said, slightly amused, as Sakura roared and chased Konohamaru, his friends Udon and Moegi following him. Naruto was going to leave until he heard a crash with a yell of, you brat. He turned, walking where they went, only to see Konohamaru held by a scarf from a ninja, wearing a black suit making him look like a cat, with an item wrapped in bandages on his back. Behind him stood a Kunoichi wearing a white dress with a battle fan behind her back. They both sported a Sunagekure Hitaiate. Close to Konohamaru was Sakura, with Udon and Moegi behind her legs, all with worried faces. Please, put him down, she said politely. He simply smirked and reared his fist back. No way. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. However, before his fist connected, Konohamaru disappeared as a rock hit the Sunanin's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. On the tree stood Sasuke, his outstretched arm showing he had thrown the rock, and Konohamaru appeared next to Sakura as Naruto appeared in front of them. Boss, the kids yelled with stars in their eyes. The black-haired kid is cute, but the blonde is a total hunk, the Suna girl thought with a blush. The Catman growled as he went for the bandages on his back. You're going to use Karasu, Kankuro, she yelled. Kankuro simply grinned. Don't worry, Temari. I will just teach them a lesson. Naruto folded his arms. I don't think your friend on the tree likes that, he said as pressure fell on them. They turned with widened eyes on the tree, where a kid stood. Jigara. Temari muttered. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village, he said as he used a sand shunshin to get down, while Sasuke wondered how he didn't notice him while he was next to him, as he too jumped down, standing between Naruto and Sakura. But, Jigara, I was just dash. Shut up, or I will feed you to mother, he said in a cold tone, causing Kankuro to stop speaking, fear in his eyes. What are Sunanins doing here? We might be allies, but you can't just waltz in the village, Sakura said. They are here for the Chunin exams, Sakura, Naruto said, observing Gaara. He stood a head taller than Sasuke, with short red hair and green eyes, with tanuki-like black rings under his eyes. He wore a black bodysuit and held a gourd behind his back. He turned to Naruto, sending a wave of killing intent, causing his teammates to sweat, while the children looked scared. Naruto huffed, then sent a massive wave of killing intent, overpowering Gaara as his teammates struggled. The children were scared even more, and the Sunanins, except Gaara, were forced to a knee. Gaara had his eyes wide. Mother is afraid of you, he said, causing his teammates to widen their eyes. Naruto narrowed his tell Shikaku to behave. I will rip its spine personally, he said, Gaara widening even more. What is your name? Holder of one. Sabaka no Gaara. These are my brothers Kankuro and Temari. Naruto nodded. I am Uzumaki Naruto, future Lord of the Nine, he said, causing Gaara to hold his head in pain for a few seconds. My teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Haruno Sakura. I will meet you at the exams, Sabaka no Gaara, he said, turning to leave, his teammates following him. Gaara stared at his back for a second, then walked away. Kankuro, Temari. We are leaving, he said, with them following him. Naruto walked around, his teammates following him. He finally stopped and turned to them. What do you want you to? He said. Sakura was about to say something, but stopped when Sasuke walked forward, looking at him, then muttered something. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? Sasuke grumbled. I'm sorry for the way I treated you. I didn't realize you had it worse than me. And now this. He looked at Naruto, seriously. I am sorry for what you go through and for my own behavior, he said, raising his arm. Naruto looked at it for what seemed an eternity, then shaked it. Don't be. We're teammates. We should trust each other, not fight each other, he said, with Sasuke nodding, then turned to Sakura. She looked down and said, Listen, Naruto, I know I've been treating you badly, thinking you were an obstacle to winning Sasuke-kun, but I realize you only wanted to help us. Thanks to you, I have grown less afraid of the life of ninja. I'm still weak, but I hopefully won't be a burden anymore, she said, bowing. Naruto looked at her and nodded. Despite your horrible timing, you too, he said, causing them to blush in embarrassment. I will accept your apologies. Now, would you two like to come to my house? We need to talk about the Chunin exams, he said, causing them to look at each other, then nod. He nodded back as they went at his house. Castle Takizo. Remind me why you call a castle a house, Naruto? Sasuke asked as Sakura looked in wonder at the living room. Having only seen the circular hall leading to the stairs to the different rooms and floors of the castle, Naruto placed 3 glasses filled with Kora, along with some sweets on the table, as he sat on his armchair of white leather, because I believe every man's home is his castle. Why can't the same be said for a castle being your home? He shrugged. The living room could easily fit a large amount of people. Its walls were colored a light yellow, and it had a chandelier above them. It had an armchair with 2 couches of 2 people on its sides, a couch for 5 people opposite of that, and 2 couches fitting 10 people, all together having a layer of white leather and forming a rectangle. Inside the rectangle of couches stood a large coffee table made of marble. He had turned the couches slightly, so it looked more like a pointed tip side of the room. Sasuke and Sakura, both sitting on the same couch, took the drink, taking a sip. Wow, it is actually good, Sakura said, getting a nod from Sasuke. Of course it is, Naruto bragged. Anyways, I called you here to talk about the Chunin exams, he said, as they turned serious and looked at him. The Chunin exams are composed of 3 parts. I don't know what the first part is. It changes every year. The second part is a survival exam, located in a large dangerous area. The third part will be an elimination round. However, that occurs weeks after the first 2, so that lords may come, he said, causing them to nod. First, let's think up on our formation. After so much training, I think we each know each other's capabilities. Now, here's what I propose. Since I am an all-around fighter, I can take any role. Sakura, you will be our support. You're to watch our backs, cover us with Jinjutsu, and heal us. Sasuke, you are the heavy hitter. You will be the one to attack the enemies head-on, using your Nintai combo and Sharingan to crush them. That leaves me to be the tank. I will be the one to block damage and return it with equal force. Any objections? He said, causing them to shake their heads, as it was a solid formation. Now, we also need a team leader. He will be in charge of making strategies, as well as holding the responsibility of bringing the team to the elimination round. Any suggestions? He said, turning to them. Sakura went to say Sasuke-kun, but Sasuke interrupted her. Sakura, I know what you will say, but I think Naruto should lead. He turned to him. You are the better strategist and the superior fighter. You should lead, causing Sakura to pout, but nonetheless nod. While I don't like it, I have to agree. You have an aura that screams respect, Naruto. You're the best choice, causing Naruto to smile. Well, at least you didn't say those apologies to ease my mood, he said, grabbing a sweet rising. Come on, he said, I have something for you too, between bites as they followed him. Sasuke and Sakura gasped as they saw Naruto's armory. They had only seen so many weapons in a weapon shop. Naruto turned to them. All right, first of all, these 2 are for you, he said, motioning towards 2 armor stands. Sasuke approached them first. The armor was state-of-the-art, made of dark steel, yet looked and felt very light. It was composed of a chest plate, forearm protectors, shoulder pads, knee pads, and greaves. He turned to Sakura. Her armor was the same, only it was more feminine-looking and was made of white iron. Thank you, Naruto, both said, too surprised to say anything else. He merely gave him a nod. We're not done yet. Can you use any weapons besides the traditional kunai and shuriken? He asked, causing them to nod. I can use a straight katana. Sasuke said, I can use small fans. She said, causing them to turn to her. What? They're a lady's weapon. She huffed, causing them to sweat drop. Naruto simply grabbed 2 fans and gave them to her. She looked at them. The handle was made of chakra wood, signifying its durability. The fans were made of chakra cloth, painted white, with sakura petals on it. She looked at a small switch, but when she pressed it, she yelped as blades came from the fans. Be careful. Press it once and they come out. Twice and they go back. If you press the switch on the opposite side in either state, the blades are launched. Don't worry, there's an extra set of blades inside the fan. He said, getting a smile and a thank you. He then went and took a jin from a wall. It had a blue handle with a red gem on it. Its pommel was round and made of iron, looking like it can be used as a blunt weapon. The blade was sharp and made of chakra iron and was stored inside a blue sheath. He gave it to Sasuke, getting a thanks. He then went to the drawers and grabbed some scrolls. He tossed them to Sasuke and Sakura. Those scrolls are supplies. The weapon scroll contains 10 kunai, 30 shuriken, 5 senbon, 100 explosive notes, and 20 feet of ninja wire. Sort them out as you wish. The other scrolls, keep them sealed. Their names suggest their purpose, he said, causing them to nod. He explained more about the weapons and tactics they could use. Time passed, and they eventually left. Naruto was now at his room, preparing for tomorrow. He was drinking sake, with a cigar on his side, trying to choke down all the emotions. I must not show emotions. He kept chanting. After a while, he put out the cigar as he closed the lights and fell to bed. He looked at the moon, frowning on yesterday's events. Something tells me these exams will be both awesome and crappy at the same time, he thought, closing his eyes as sleep took him. Done. This chapter was long, a compensation for last chapter. Next chapter are the Chunin exams. Now about the story. First, you find out a bit of Naruto's life in Konoha, which is of course the sunshine and rainbows of hell, as we all know. Next, in this story, yes, Minato sealed 5 tails. He split the Kyuubi in half, but instead of soul and chakra, he sealed most of the chakra in Naruto and the rest with the soul in Naruto. Now, Narumi may not be a Jinchuriki, but she has something special. All I will say. As for the battle between Naruto and Sarutobi, that was something I wanted to write for a while. You may ask that with his powers Naruto could win. But he spawned so many jutsus, his chakra reserves were dropping rapidly. As for the chakra of the Kyuubi, it will be revealed in a few chapters. Next, Naruto's chakra blast technique is similar to Bleach's Bala, only blue. Any other questions, feel free to ask. Until next time, Thunderito out. Chapter 7. To be a Chunin. Konoha. It was morning in Konoha. The birds were chirping, the sun was glowing, and Genins were seen entering the building where the first part of the Chunin exams was held. Tension could be felt, as everyone wanted to become a Chunin, an officer of their respective village. Sasuke could be seen leaning on a bench, his eyes closed, waiting for his teammates. He had changed his attire slightly, wearing black shorts instead of white, along with a dark blue shirt. His Atayate cloth was also dark blue. He wore the armor Naruto gave him and had the Jin strapped behind his waist in a horizontal manner. Moments passed as a cry of Sasuke-kun was heard. Sasuke turned, only to find Sakura rushing towards him with a smile on her face. She wore the same outfit, except her pink dress was now red. She also wore Naruto's armor, and the fans were on her hips. Sasuke looked at Sakura up and down, causing her to blush, until Sasuke nodded in approval, albeit hesitantly. You look good, he said, then turned back to his leaning position with closed eyes, oblivious to Sakura's look of joy. He noticed me, she said as the inner Sakura did the victory sign. She then sat next to him as they waited for Naruto. Not a minute passed before a puff of smoke was formed, and from inside came Naruto. 15 minutes earlier, Naruto could be seen sitting on his room, in front of the armor stand in a meditation stance, his fists touching each other, as he controlled his breathing and thinking to control the flow of his chakra. A light blue aura formed slightly until it dispersed. He sat up, looking at the armor stand, the weapons prepared, and the clothing. He first wore his clothes, He then started putting each armor piece one by one, tying the forearms, clasping the shoulder pads, and putting on his Itate. He then clasped the ninja pouches and took the Raijin before he looked at the mirror. He was dressed to survive. He looked at his reflection, but instead of seeing blonde hair and blue eyes, he only saw black gold hair with weird golden eyes. The figure seemed to form a smirk, but his eyes spoke volumes to Naruto. Those eyes that demanded respect and screamed power had seen as much pain and sadness and loneliness as his own eyes. With a shake of the head, he turned from the mirror towards his office table. He gulped down the last Cora in his glass, then took a cigar and lit it. He took a puff, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Present. Naruto appeared from the smoke, only to see the looks of surprise from his teammates. Naruto wore a woodland camo bodysuit, with a new mask colored green, hiding everything below the eyes again. He wore pitch-black armor that was placed in such a way that it looked glued to the bodysuit. The suit was form-fitting, showing his trained body, getting a slight blush from Sakura. The Raijin was seen hanging from his right hip. On his left hip, however, was another handle, this one made of chakra wood. He had one arm on his belt, the other on his mouth holding the cigar. What? He asked with a raised eyebrow. They both shook their heads. Nothing. Shall we go? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded, throwing off the cigar. As they made their way inside, Sakura turned to Naruto. Naruto, I never asked, but how do you smoke and drink from the mask? She said, Sasuke looking intrigued as well. He simply placed his hands on his pockets. It is made of a special cloth with lots of tiny openings. This way, fluids and air can pass. He said, causing her to nod, but food? He turned to her, why you think when I'm not eating ramen, I'm turning my food into mush? Sakura sighed. That explains a lot. In every mission that required them to eat food they didn't bring, Naruto turned his food into mush. They kept walking until they came into a peculiar scene. A large amount of genin were trying to pass into the room, only to be stopped by 2 genins. Naruto simply kept walking, followed by his teammates. Even Sakura, noticing the jinjutsu that changed the room number and the meaning behind it. They kept walking until they found the room. Outside stood Kakashi, so you decided to come good. Remember what you learned and you will do fine. He turned to Sakura. First, Sakura, I have to say that you have finally become a kunoichi. I am very proud, he said, causing Sakura to beam in happiness. He then turned to Sasuke. I am also happy for you, Sasuke. You look better than when you came in this team. I hope you keep being like this, he said, getting a smurf from Sasuke. He then turned to the final member, Naruto. I am happy. I believe you're the reason for their improvement, and I thank you for that. I also would like to ask you, I will protect them. He cut in, thinking of what Kakashi wanted to say. He got a sigh but a nod. Good luck, Team 7, he said, giving them a thumbs up as he disappeared. Naruto turned to his teammates. Ready? He asked, causing them to nod and take places beside him. Naruto nodded. Let's get this show on the road, he said. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of killing intent was blasted upon them. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but threw in his more potent Ki, causing most of the genin to freeze, while the strongest one looking in interest at him. He simply went and leaned on a wall, closing his eyes. He frowned, however, failing to relax, as the annoying voice of Kiba was heard. Oh, look at this. You are here. The Rookie 9 has assembled, man, he said. Naruto felt that the entire Rookie 9 had just entered the door. Shikamaru merely grown troublesome. Choji was eating chips. Shino and Hinata were themselves, and Ino was coming towards him. The blonde came at him, a smile and small blush on her face. Hello, Naruto-kun, she said, a seductive tone in her voice. All the group turned at her, with Kiba scowling and Hinata mixing jealousy, anger, and sadness perfectly. Naruto remained with his eyes closed. Hello, Ino, he said. She frowned in mock hurt as he didn't look at her. Don't be mean, Naruto-kun. It's not polite to not look when talking. He simply chuckled. What do you want, Ino? He asked, taking a sip from a magically spawned can of Cora, causing her to smile. Can I be with my future husband? She said innocently, causing Naruto to almost choke, Kiba to growl, Hinata to faint, Choji to drop his chips, and the rest to gawk. He coughed some more, then with a sigh, put his Cora back. As he opened one eye to look at her, last I checked, it was never official, he said, causing her to frown. What do you get from saying no? He closed his eye. If you want to be my husband, you must do 3 things. First, get to know me. Second, get stronger. And third, stop dieting. It will harm your figure, he said, causing her to nod, although pout at the last one. He then looked at Hinata's sad face and sighed. If only you had a stronger personality, Hinata. You would no doubt make a powerful kunoichi. But even if you did, your pure heart doesn't deserve a man like me, he thought, closing his eyes again. He then heard a voice, damn, you rookies sure know how to cause a ruckus. He ignored the man, though noticed the smell of snakes. The Genins turned to a boy older than them, with silver hair, wearing eyeglasses, and a purple jumpsuit. This is your first time, and you make everyone tense. Calm down, he said with a smile. Sakura turned to the fellow Genin. Who are you? She asked politely, causing him to grin. Yakushi Kabuto, a fellow Genin. This is my 7th time taking this exam, causing them to widen their eyes and Kiba to laugh, so you suck. Kabuto shrugged, or the exams are just very hard. Anyways, I got information for you, he said, holding out some cards. Being in these exams so many times I got information on anyone, he said. Give me information on Uchiha Sasuke. A voice said. Sakura turned with a smile. Haku, she said, getting a nod and a smile from the girl. She was added in Team 11 with Yakumo and Sai, so they can enter, but Naruto knew already. They lived in a house in his territory after all. Kabuto frowned, not fun. You know their names, he said, pushing chakra. Haku Momochi, adopted daughter of Zabuza Momochi, demon of the mist. She's good at ninjutsu and healing. Partners are Yakumo Kurama and Sai. She has done 15 D-rank missions and 3 C-rank missions, he said. Sasuke stepped up. Give me information on Sabaka no Gaara, he said. Kabuto took another card. Sabaka no Gaara, son of the Yondaime Kazekage. He is very good at ninjutsu. His teammates are his siblings, Sabaka no Kankuro and Sabaka no Temari. He has done 5 D ranks, 10 C ranks, 3 B ranks, and an A rank. It is said he has never been injured in any mission, he said, causing the Genins to gulp, while our hero simply huffed with his eyes closed, enjoying his relaxation. However, it soon ended. Give me information on Namikaze's Naruto, a female voice said. Naruto opened an eye to see who it was, but soon opened both in surprise and anger. There stood 2 girls in his age, only a head shorter. The first had blonde hair and pigtails, with violet eyes. She had a figure most girls her age, and even adults would be envious of, with C-cup breasts and a firm rear. She had perfect curves and not an ounce of fat. She wore a red turtleneck shirt with black skin-tight pants. She also wore red sandals and had a pair of Tekko Keiji made of chakra metal on her hips and a wakizashi on her back. She was Naruko Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto's sister. Next to her stood a girl only slightly shorter, with flowing red hair and piercing blue eyes. She had the same figure as her sister. She wore a navy blue shirt, revealing a little cleavage, with black biker shorts like Sakura's. She had a kodachi and itachi strapped on her waist. She was Uzumaki Narumi, Naruto's second sister. Hello, Naruto Oniyama. It brings us great joy to meet you, they said, bowing slightly. All of Team 7, along with Haku, gulped slightly. Naruto's I was twitching madly, as his hands were curled into fists. What are you 2 doing here? He spat out. Naruko took a step forward, smiling, oblivious to her brother's fury. Tu-sama and Ka-sama brought us here to participate in the Chunin exams. And to get to meet you, Oni-sama, she said with a grin. Narumi nodded with a smile. We heard so much about you. We wish we were here to the village and live with you, she said, with Naruto getting painful flashbacks. Naruko stepped up and went to hug him. Don't be shy, Oni-sama, she said playfully. However, she soon stopped, as Naruto quickly grabbed her by the throat and raised her in the air, his killing intent rolling of in waves. He looked at her fearful eyes with his own gold ones. You dare? After all I've been through, will my parents just dare come and think everything is good? That I would welcome you with open arms? You dare? He growled, causing her to whimper in fear. He then looked at his other sister, who was struggling to stand tall from the intensity of his ki. And you come to me and say with your happy-go attitude, you heard so much about me that you wanted to live with me? You wouldn't last a day, much less 12 years, he growled, until he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned looking at Sasuke, who looked at him, struggling to stay conscious. Stop, Naruto, Half the room will die, he yelled, causing Naruto to stop. With a final growl, he dropped Naruto and released the pressure, with the room gasping for air. He looked around, noticing many genins on the floor. He turned to see most of the rookies unconscious, including the girls. With a sigh, he said, "Go wake Sakura and Hinata," to Sasuke as he went to Ino. He crouched down and lightly patted her shoulder. She woke up with a gasp, looking into Naruto's blue eyes. "It's over," he told her with bitterness in his mouth as he rose her to her feet. She looked at him. "All right, Naruto-kun," she said, her voice trembling from the after effects. He nodded as he looked at his sisters with narrowed eyes. "Don't get in my way. You may be my sisters, but I won't show mercy," he said, then went back to the wall to calm his nerves, the eyes of every person in the room following him. At that moment, a puff of smoke appeared in the room. Jounin Lounge. In the Jounin Lounge, the leaders of the Genin teams participating were sitting in couches, chatting, both from Konoha and from other villages. The main talk in the air were two things. First, the return of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, and second, Uzumaki Naruto. The news spread like wildfire to every nation in less than a day. To say the least, most Kage and a lot of Jounin were ashamed on those two for abandoning their child, much less a prodigy. They heard of Naruto's power. After all, the boy only 12 and was already an A-rank ninja. Speaking of his parents, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were in the corner of the room, next to the Sandaime Hokage, who was sitting on his chair, and Hatake Kakashi. Kushina turned to Sarutobi. "Do you think he thinks of us, Sandaime-sama?" he asked. Sarutobi turned to her with a frown. "The question you should be asking is if he thinks positively of you. And the answer is no," he said, causing her to sadden. Minato looked sad too. "What do you think he will do regarding our daughters?" Sarutobi looked at him. "As long as those two don't mention his past, he will simply ignore them." "You did tell them about his life, right?" he asked, causing him to sweat. "Minato," Sarutobi warned, then a very familiar pressure fell. After a minute, it disappeared. Sarutobi sighed. "I think the fact that you escaped death made you an idiot," he said. Minato turned to him with sadness in his eyes, as Sarutobi looked at Kushina. "And you? I expected more from the last QB, Jinchuriki, Kushina. You know how it feels to be a Jinchuriki, yet you thought that Naruto won't live the life of one. You're as much, if not more responsible," he said angrily. Both looked down. They were thinking of ways to make up for it. Sadly, they would make very poor choices. Exam room. Ibiki Marino came out of the smoke, along with the Chunin examiners. "All right, maggots. Sit down and shut up," he yelled, with the genins quickly sitting down. Naruto was in the middle of front row, Sasuke was upper right corner, and Sakura was in the middle left. He sensed where everyone he knew was, sensing with a scowl on his face that Narumi was 5 seats to his right and Naruto 4 seats behind him. The first part is a written test. You got 9 questions in front of you and 1. That will be given later. Each question is worth 10 points. If you don't answer a question or answer wrongly, you lose a point. The goal is for your team to have a total of at least 20 points, he said, causing many eyes to widen. If you don't get the points, your team fails. If one is caught cheating 5 times, he and his team fails. He continued, getting more wide-eyed looks. "You have 1 hour. Begin," he yelled, the genins instantly picking up their pencils. Naruto looked at the questions with a raised eyebrow. These are too hard for any genin, not to mention most chunin. Well, Sakura would know them thanks to her book smarts, and I know these from Umbu training. So, the purpose must be to cheat, he thought, shrugging as he answered every question. Once he finished, he folded his arms and closed his eyes. Ibiki looked at him. What is Ukami doing, he thought. He of course knew Naruto's true rank, as he trained the boy in interrogation and got quite a lot of prisoners from him. He knew the questions weren't hard for him, but he wondered what he would do. He mentally shrugged, thinking he was calming down from his outburst. He felt the KI and knew his family was involved. Speaking of Naruto, he was using his unique sensory skills to find what the rest were doing. Sasuke was using his Sharingan, Ino her Shin no Jutsu, Tenten used mirrors, Hinata and Niji her Byakugan, Kiba used Akamaru, and so sensed an eye of sand in the air, knowing it was Gaara's. He also sensed that Naruto used a seal to spy on people, and Narumi, had her eyes closed and wrote down the answers. He mentally narrowed his eyes, keeping his eye on her. Even if she isn't a Jinchuriki, she is an Uzumaki, meaning she has lots of chakra. She is a Namikaze as well, meaning she is fast and of course has few ninjutsu skills. That ability though, I wonder. Whatever it is, I must be careful, he thought. When the hour passed, Ibiki had kicked around 15 teams, 5 from Konoha. All right, put the pencils down. I will give the final question now. However, I must ask if you want to take the question. What kind of thought is that? Said Kiba. Ibiki continued, if you decide not to take it, you and your team will be disqualified and can try another time. He said, with Naruto yelling. Then of course we will take it. Ibiki then smirked, but if you take it and answer wrong, you will be disqualified and forbidden from taking part in the Chunin exams ever again, he said, causing an uproar. What? But many people have failed these exams and got to try again, a random Kimo Genin roared. Ibiki shrugged. They didn't have me as proctor. My exam, my rules. If you want out to take the question, raise your arm. Steadily, people started raising their arms and their team left. After a while, the pressure in the room had risen. Sakura choked, going to raise her arm. However, Naruto spoke, Sakura, if you raise that arm, you will lose more than a chance at promotion. He growled, his nerves not the best. She gulped, nodding, putting it down. Naruto then turned to Ibiki. The answer is the meaning of a leader. Are we done now? He said, causing Ibiki to look at him. Then to the rest, all of you pass. He said with a smirk, causing another uproar. Shut up. He yelled. The point of the final question was how to act as a leader. A Chunin is an officer. Sometimes, he will face a difficult decision. It is important to know what to do, he explained. Then what was the point of the other questions? Temari said. Information gathering. The questions were hard to force you to cheat without being caught. A ninja must be able to gather and keep information. He said, you passed the first part. Now, wait for the proctor 4 dash. As soon as he said that, a puff of smoke appeared, with a banner rising. The banner read, the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko. From the smoke, a very peculiar woman came. She had short purple hair and brown eyes. She possessed a killer figure, amplified by her clothes. She wore a fishnet shirt with an orange miniskirt and a yellow trench coat above that. Hey, Ibikwow, have you lost your touch? So many teams are left, she said, causing him to snort. We might just have some good ninjas this year. Speaking of good ninjas, look at the front row in the middle, he said, causing Naruto to twitch his eye. She turned, gaining stars in her eyes. Wolfie, she yelled, rushing to him, causing him to twitch more. She went to smother him with her melons, but he shined next to Ibiki. Gee, thanks, he said. Ibiki shrugged. Your fault. As soon as Anko got over it, she coughed. All right, everyone meet me at the Forest of Death in 10 minutes. If you're late, you're disqualified, she said, she and Naruto disappearing as the Genins rushed out. Ibiki sighed, looking at the papers until he came to Naruto's. He narrowed his eyes at a note in the bottom, then went to inform the Hokage. Forest of Death. All right, maggots, she said to the gathered Genins. This is training ground 44, or the Forest of Death, she said, with Kiba snorting. It doesn't look scary, he said, only for her to smirk. Tell that to the man-eating plants and the mutated predators. She smirked, causing many to gulp. She took out a white and a black scroll. This is a heaven scroll. This is an earth one. Each team will get 1 scroll. The objective is to go to the tower in the middle with 1 earth and 1 heaven scroll. You have 5 days, she said. What about food? Choji asked. There's plenty of edible plants and animals on the forest, she said, noticing Naruto didn't pay attention. With a smile, she threw a kunai at him, only for him to catch it and throw it back with double the speed. She dodged it with a smirk, then heard a voice behind her, your kunai miss. A Kusagaki or Kunoichi said, causing her to smile dangerously. You better not get behind me again, she said, causing her to nod. I am sorry. I just got excited, she said with Anko nodding. Each team go to their respective gates. You have 5 minutes to prepare, she said. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood in front of their gate. We have a heaven scroll, Naruto said, putting in a seal on his arm. You know what to do, right? We got all we need. We travel in triangle formation. Sakura, you're on back. Sasuke, you're middle. I will be front. First day, we will get as much distance as possible and try to encounter a team. If we'd only set up traps to slow down others and potentially get an opportunity for a scroll. Keep your eyes peeled, he said, the others nodding. Sakura, however, added, how about we form a password? She said, the others nodding right. We shall ask the question, who took down Tora? The answer will be the respective code, he said, causing them to nod. Wait, what happens if we get split? Sasuke asked, with Naruto turning to him. If we get split, I will come to you. No worries, he said, with Sasuke nodding. Naruto outstretched his arm ready. Both teammates placed their arms above his own, raising them to the air. Yes, they said. They turned as the bell rang with the opening of the gate, and they rushed inside. Part 2 of the Chunin exams had just begun. Chapter 8. The Beast is Unleashed. Forest of Death. Naruto and his team were rushing in the Forest of Death. They had been running for hours, with a 15-minute break every 3 hours for Sakura, and yet they hadn't found any team. Not even Naruto's sensory skills, which could go for over 100 meters, found any chakra signal, and he used it every 100 meters. Naruto was getting agitated. He knew the chances of finding an Earth Scroll on the first day weren't many, but he expected to come across at least one of the many teams in the forest. But he had no luck so far. He looked to the sky, seeing the sun quickly going down. We will now search for a good spot to camp, he told them, getting nods. After a few minutes, they stumbled on a rocky part of the forest. Naruto looked around, then with an earth jutsu, made a small, cave-like opening. They sat down as he lit up fire and heated the rations. They ate in silence until Sakura spoke. Naruto. He looked at her. How bad was your life in Konoha? She said, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to stop, with the latter looking at the former. With a sigh, he placed his food down. I guess I should start from the beginning. We're teammates. It's only fair, he said. They nodded, looking intently as he took out a kunai and rotated from its ring. Well, after I was born and my parents abandoned me, due to certain circumstances regarding me, the village hated me. Even as a boy, I had as many assassination attempts as a Kage of a medium-power village. I was put into many orphanages, but they all kicked me out after a while. From the age of 4 to 6, I stayed in an apartment paid by the Hokage. During that time, I had to learn to live on my own. I learned to cook, to wash, to repair, anything to take care of the house. It was difficult, of course. The stores always kicked me out, so I had to scavenge in order to survive. At that time, every once in a while I would get another attempt or get beaten by drunken villagers. However, my apartment one day was lit on fire with me in it. I jumped off, only to fall into an alley where a mob waited. It was the first bad beating I experienced, with broken bones and cuts, among other things. This continued for a year, until one fateful night. He said, shaking his head and biting his lips, not wanting to remember. By that point, Sakura had tears in her eyes, while Sasuke had a large frown and looked at him sadly. Once I became 8, I went to the Hokage and took part in a special department of workers. I learned to fight there. After that, once I became 12, I was given my inheritance, he finished. Sakura was sniffing, while Sasuke looked down. I thought my brother killing my entire clan was the worst. But you, Naruto, you had it even worse. How are you still sane? He asked, causing him to frown. I am not, he said, causing him to look at him. What do you mean? Sakura said. Before I went to that department, a Yamanaka, under the orders of the Hokage, sealed off all the most painful experiences I have. Even still, all I remember is glimpses, and I am happy, because if I remembered more, I wouldn't be the same, he said, causing them to stay silent. He shrugged. Enough of that. We need to sleep. It's important to save our strength, he said. With a nod, they slept in sleeping bags, with Naruto taking first watch. He stood with 2 kunai on his hands, his breathing slow, appearing almost dead. Morning came, with Team 7 preparing to move out. They erased all signs of their existence from their spot. He turned to them. Ready? He asked, causing them to nod. He nodded back and rushed off. Move out, he said, his teammates following him. After an hour or so, Naruto suddenly stopped. He raised a curled fist, his teammates stopping as well. He looked around. Stay here, he said, disappearing. They simply waited for him. Naruto stood on top of a branch, observing an Amage cure team below. With a smirk, he took out 2 of his kunai. He stood upside down the tree. Then with a tug, he fell down. As soon as he was on range, he thrusted both kunai into two of the three members' throats. Blood gushed out with the third teammate turning in shock, but soon did hand seals. Water release. Wild water wave. He yelled in anger, releasing a jet of water towards Naruto, which he dodged and did a wind release. Vacuum great sphere, sending a large orb of wind that crushed the aim ninja on a wall, the microscopic blades in the sphere killing him. He searched their bodies, trying to find the scroll. He smirked from his crouching position as he found it, but sighed as it was another heaven scroll. He soon frowned, however, at the sound of hissing. He turned only to jump back as a giant snake crushed the spot he stood. With a growl, he released many shuriken and did a wind release, gale palm, causing them to go faster, easily piercing the snake, killing it. He, however, found three more snakes rushing at him. He took out kunai with explosive notes and sent them at the beasts, chunks of flesh flying. Soon even more came, easily surrounding him. With a growl, he yelled, wind release, vacuum serial waves, releasing blades of wind wherever he looked from his mouth. He took the chakra handle and formed a kaze no yaiba with it. He rushed left and right, killing snakes, until he came to the source of the problem. A humongous black snake capable of spitting out many others. He quickly took 100 explosive notes and rushed at the snake, using Jounin speed to slap it in different parts of his body. He then threw the rest inside its mouth and did a kai. With a large explosion, the snake was no more. That was a snake summon and not one of Anko's. Orochimaru, Sasuke, Sakura, he widened his eyes, rushing to them. He arrived, only to see Sasuke getting bitten by Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned to him with a smirk. Hello, Naruto-kun. Did you like my gift? Naruto growled, holding his sword, releasing his chakra. With a smirk, Orochimaru threw kunai at him, only for him to slice them in half, as he rushed at him at Kage's speed and decapitate him, only to turn into a mud clone. He thought, dodging a punch. He went to swing at him, only for Orochimaru to duck and send a kick at his palm, shattering the wood handle. Before the kaze no yaiba dispersed, he swinged his arm at him. The blade released at him, cutting him in half, only to turn into mud again. He heard a cry of wind release, wind cutter, only for a wave of sharp wind to come his way, forcing him to use kawarimi. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Naruto yelled, spitting spheres of wind at great speeds. Orochimaru dodged them, then quickly engaged Naruto in a taijutsu match. Meanwhile, Sakura was attending Sasuke, as she had made a temporary shelter and looked at the ongoing match, praying for Naruto to win and help Sasuke. Orochimaru noticed her, then with a smirk disappeared and appeared above her, ready to strike her with a kunai. Naruto cursed and appeared in front of him, grabbing his kunai arm and redirecting it at Orochimaru's own torso. However, he turned into sticky mad, with Orochimaru appearing above him. He tried to use his arm, but failed, allowing Orochimaru to bite him in the neck. He yelled in pain. However, he used his free hand to make a kaze no yaiba and sliced at Orochimaru's face, making a large scar from his cheek to his torso, causing him to scream in anger. He shined away, with Naruto collapsing to the ground. The terrified Sakura took him in and placed him near Sasuke. 2 hours had passed after the encounter with Orochimaru. Sakura, standing on guard with a kunai. She hoped they'd wake up soon. To her misfortune, an Otoge cure team appeared. The leader, a man wrapped in bandages, spoke, "Give us Sasuke Uchiha," he said, with Sakura looking ready for a fight. He approached, causing her to smirk, but stopped. He and his team jumped over a patch of land, obviously moved to make a trap. Pathetic. He spoke as he took a step until he realized Sakura's smirk. The moment he stepped on the ground, she cut a nearby string as a giant log fell down. Zaku yelled, "Zenkaha!" releasing a blast of wind that destroyed the log, causing Sakura to gasp and him to smirk. He went to attack her, only to get a kick from Rock Lee. "Don't worry, Sakura-chan. I will protect you with my life," he said. Sakura nodded, hoping Naruto would awake soon. Unbeknownst to them, inside Naruto's mind, a very unique scene unfolded. A white snake slithered around, going through the black hallways of what looked to be a castle. Eventually, he descended some stairs, which were slightly lit by aura-like red flames. It descended further until it found what appeared to be Naruto's consciousness, asleep before a large metal door. It was surrounded by ceiling tags, ceiling chains, and other security measures. With a smirk, the snake sent an acidic stream that melted the central lock. Slowly, all the other locks opened. It had no idea what it unleashed. As soon as the door opened, a gold stream of power flew out, the flames lighting the room, clinging on it, getting absorbed from it, until a giant wolf's head flew out, incinerating the snake. Then, the most horrible memory kicked in. The snake had no idea what it just did, speeding the progress of unleashing the most horrible thing into the world. Naruto's memory, age 7. Warning: graphic scene. If you can't stand rape, I suggest turning away. A 7-year-old Naruto could be seen running for his life. Behind him, a huge mob chased him, holding torches, pikes, and whatever weapon they could use. Even ninjas were in the mob, holding katanas and kunai. Naruto ran, trying to go as far as he could with his little legs. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. A number of kunai hit his legs and shoulder, forcing him to fall on the ground. The mob surrounded him and started beating him. Naruto cried, begging for the torture to stop, but it fell upon deaf ears. They carried on for hours, until it came to a halt. Naruto forced a small smile on his face, thinking it was over. However, the mob had other plans. Suddenly, 2 hands grabbed him and raised him in the air, the mob going to a direction outside the village. Somehow, no one noticed 100 villagers and shinobi leaving. Or they did, but didn't care. The mob led him to a hill. There, they stripped him of his clothes and tied him up in spiked heated chains. They boys screamed as the hot metal pierced and pressed his body, burning his skin and flesh. However, he felt something press on his rear, horror on his face at what it meant. He shakily turned to find a man with a wide grin on his face, ready to penetrate him. "Please. I did nothing wrong," the boy muttered painfully, causing the man to scowl. "Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong? You killed my family. I am returning the favor," he yelled, pushing inside with a wider grin, while Naruto screamed in pain, tears flowing like a river. He kept thrusting until he released inside the boy. The boy gasped, thinking it was over, but it continued, people taking turns, some even using the poor boy's mouth when the boy wasn't yelling stop. Eventually, they stopped and took off his chains. Naruto's mind was in a haze, laying in a puddle of blood and semen, his body going numb. However, he did feel the pain from a new set of hot chains. The villagers took the poor boy and tied him on a cross. "Go back to hell, demon," they yelled as they lit the cross on fire, with Naruto on it, trying to kill him like a witch. Naruto screamed loudly, chakra rolling of him, the painful experience activating it. Before he lost unconsciousness, which in his mind was dying, he saw with half-lidded eyes a furious Hokage and his umbu cutting villagers and shinobi alike left and right. Forest of Death, 20 minutes after the arrival of Rock Lee. Sakura looked at the scene with fearful eyes. After Rock Lee's arrival, both Team 9 and 10 arrived, trying to help her. However, the Odo Genins were too strong. A minute ago, Sasuke woke up, chakra rolling off him, asking her who did it. When Zaku pointed at him, he went to attack him. However, they all stopped as the heaviest pressure they ever felt fell on the area. They turned, noticing Naruto, gold chakra with a growing black tint rolling off him, reaching Kage level. His skin was red, smoke rising from it. Dark lightning crackled around him as the ground shook with power. He was slowly rising, his hair swapping colors, his nails turning into claws, his teeth into fangs. He opened his eyes, turned into a sickly gold with a slit shining. He stood at his legs, his frame getting larger, cracks appearing on his skin, from which black light appeared. He started screaming, the ground shaking with power, as the curse mark on his neck glowed, a purple haze leaving it. The screams only got louder, going through the entire forest, the cracks widening. Then, with a final yell, he exploded in an orb of black light, to the horror of all. However, the orb stayed, before a thin gold beam rose to the sky, darkening it with clouds filled with lightning bolts, as a large earthquake struck the area. Winds howled, As the gold beam grew more powerful, roars coming from it. Soon it decreased, going lower and lower, until it disappeared, revealing a figure. It was a man. He stood at 5 feet 9 inches, with pitch black hair and a golden bang in the shape of a bolt. His eyes were void, gold with a slit, similar to a wolf's. His body was ripped, the muscles looking like they were made with a chisel and they could snap rocks in half. He didn't have sleeves, and his pants were shorts. Suddenly, his eyes glowed, before he held his head and roared in the heavens, a black beam twice the size of the golden one rising. Everywhere in the forest, you could hear animals roaring as well. The beam of power was felt in the entire elemental nations, not to mention the entire existence. Orochimaru had just started the prophecy, Hokage Tower. Hiruzen widened his eyes, turning into the black beam, along with the rest of the room. Inside were Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, and all of Konoha's Jounin. Hiruzen looked in fear, feeling the very familiar power, the same as the one 5 years ago, only it was stronger and more potent. Minato and Kushina looked in fear as their children were in the room, with the senseis worrying for their students. Hiruzen placed a hand on his chest. God have mercy on us all. He remembered. He thought. Makai. Makai was in an uproar. Lava was coming off the ground. The earth shook and the sky was surrounded by lightning. Every demon felt the power. Outside the gate to the 9th level stood a small demon army camp. They were the armies of the 9 Bijou. Taken from their summoning realm, mutated, they served the 9 Bijou and of course their master. When they felt the power, which shook the immovable 9th gate to its core, they rose, flaring their power and excitement. All hail the seed of Shinju. All hail the seed of Shinju. They roared in excitement. Their superior roared, enough. Demons of the seed, inform the rest of the 9 armies. He roared, getting more roars of approval. Buckeye. Buckeye was no different. Many of the residents looked down from the clouds, seeing the black mist rising. The city was in a lockdown immediately as gods turned to look at it. In a far corner of Buckeye, a white marble tower laid. Inside, a group of what appeared to be elves rose from their seats, taking out their silver blades. The tree lives. The tree lives, they yelled. Their commander shouted, begin the plan. Start the preparation for the arrival of our god, he yelled, the forest of death. The Genins looked scared on the black beam. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They just knew Naruto was causing it. Soon, the beam died down, leaving Naruto panting, his fangs clenched shut, while his eyes scanned the clearing. A black aura surrounded him, as he seemed to be sniffing. Soon, he laid eyes on Zaku and disappeared, only for the Genins to hear a cry of pain. They turned and looked horrified at what they saw. On the ground, laid Zaku, his arms having massive cuts in different places. Blood flowed from them freely, as the elbow looked broken as well. Behind him was Naruto, who looked at his bloodied hands, then turned to Dosu. Dosu sent his strongest sound wave at him, only for Naruto to shrug it off. He reared his mouth back and released a roar that sent Dosu flying onto a tree, the tree cracking and breaking Dosu's ribs. He then turned to the female of the team, who was slowly backing away. His eyes looked at her up and down, and he approached her, like a predator following his prey. Please, she said, collapsing to the ground, her arms covering her head. I'll do anything, she stuttered, only to yelp scared as Naruto grabbed her by the throat and picked her up, holding her in the air. He sniffed at her, his eyes glowing, his instincts kicking in. With a grin, he bit down on her neck, causing her to scream and lose consciousness. He dropped her to the ground. As he turned to Dosu, give me your scroll, and I will spare yours and that insect's life. The girl is mine, though, a primal voice said, in a tone that said obey or die. Dosu simply nodded, threw him the scroll, and grabbed Zaku and left. Naruto caught it, looking as it was an earth scroll, then made it disappear in a puff of smoke as he dropped the spare heaven scroll near the Konoha team's feet. He turned to both Sakura and Sasuke. Let's go, he said with a growl, only for Sasuke to scowl and attack him, surrounded by dark chakra. Naruto sent a punch in his hand, creating a shockwave, then chopped his neck. He pressed 2 fingers on the seal, then destroyed it with a pulse of chakra. He grabbed Sasuke and Kin, then turned to Sakura. She simply nodded fearfully, following him as he disappeared in the trees. Shikamaru's fearful frame shook itself as he grabbed the scroll. Troublesome former blonde, he said. After an hour of running, Team 7 appeared in the tower. He dropped Sasuke and Sakura to the ground, slapped a tag with a symbol on Kin's back, then gave the scrolls to Sakura. Open them and throw them to the ground. A Chunin will come. Tell him to summon the Hokage, he said, before collapsing to the ground, his aura disappearing. Sakura did as he told, with Irika appearing. Congratu, what happened? He yelled upon noticing the fallen genins. Call the Hokage, Sakura said, then fell to the ground, her physical and mental energy drained, as Irika called a fellow Chunin to alert the Hokage. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto looked around his changed mindscape. No longer did it have the appearance of a dungeon. Rather, it looked like a dusty throne room of a castle. It was a long and wide hallway, made of black marble, filled with dust. Red banners were on the walls, the color worn off from decay, the cloth cut in many different places. The roof has a cylinder shape with what appeared to be spider webs on it. Unlit chandeliers were hanging from the roof, the gold obscured with rust. He kept walking, looking at the different sections, until he came across 10 circular steps. On top was a circle with the throne in the middle. The throne appeared to be one of Conqueror. It was made of black metal, with what appeared to be 10 united tails as the back of the throne. The arms of the throne have a wolf head, the mouth open. Above the throne room was a circular window. Surprisingly, the window's stained glass had his insignia on it. He looked at the throne again, noticing 2 things. 1. The left wolf head had a clear glass orb on its maws, while the right had what appeared to be a black chain ring. He tried pulling the ring first, but nothing happened. He then pulled the orb. However, with a tug, a gold light appeared from the orb, shooting off like a rocket and traveled around the room, all under Naruto's surprised gaze. Eventually, the orb slowed down until it stopped 2 feet away from Naruto. A voice was heard from the orb, "Welcome," it said, its tone welcoming, yet demanding of respect. Naruto felt the power from this orb and unconsciously took a step back. What are you?" he asked, a laugh escaping from the orb. "Really, I thought you would know your ancestor," it said, playfully. Naruto raised his eyebrow. "I got many ancestors," he said, causing the orb to laugh, "of course. How about this? I am the one who once shook the world to its core. I am the one whose existence changed everything. I am the one above all the ones," he said. Naruto thought the riddle and widened his eyes. He immediately fell to one knee. "Shinju-sama," he said. The orb turned into what appeared to be a man made of wood. The Shinju smiled. "No need to kneel before me, my legacy," he said, with Naruto standing up. "Where are we?" he said. The Shinju glowed a bit. "Your mind, or rather your reformed mind. Do you remember what happened?" he asked, with Naruto frowning. "All I remember is slicing Orochimaru. The rest are unclear pictures," he muttered. "Orochimaru did something stupid, which worked to our advantage and disadvantage. He awakened my power hidden in my will, which was placed on you. Right now, you are beyond a demigod. You are what you would be at the age of 15, he said, with Naruto widening his eyes. The bad thing is the way you activated your true power, along with the fact that at the age of 16, you'll become a full, ageless god. The good thing is, it gives us time to get you used to your current and future power. Until the time comes to become the full Shinju, I shall reside within you, he said, with Naruto nodding. I thank you for that. This power, he said, curling his palm into a fist, it's so strong and potent, almost intoxicating. I keep hearing my instincts, he said. Don't worry, you will learn to control it, he said. Oh, by the way, while you got to the tower fueled by your instincts, you made a slave. He chuckled, with Naruto blinking. I did a what? He asked. A slave. As a god, much less a primordial one, you're allowed not only to take as many mates as you like, but also as many slaves too. And no, it can't be undone. Her fate is bound to yours. If you die, she dies. Luckily, it ain't the other way around. He explained, with Naruto sighing, all right. Can't help it, I guess. Anything else I should worry in my current state? he said, folding his arms. Shinju nodded. 1. You have an increased libido. 2. Demons will be drawn to your power. Males will try to kill you. Females dominate you. If you defeat them without killing them, they could be your slaves in both cases, or mates in female cases. Also, until you learn to control this power, the more you battle, the crazier you will get. Once you learn to control it, only a strong battle will have this effect. Finally, you can now control 2 god weapons at the same time and 10 holy and demonic weapons, he said, with Naruto's side even more. They continued conversing about Naruto's status. Tower. Naruto opened his eyes, yawning and stretching his arms. He looked around, noticing he was in a room inside the tower. With a yawn, he stood up, then looked down, growling as he ripped off the hospital robe from his body. He unsealed a pair of boxers from a seal, putting them on, then looked at his body in the mirror. He narrowed his now permanently gold eyes while touching his black hair. So, this is me at 15, he thought, then smirked. God, do I look good, he said, then put on new clothes. He put on a simple blue bodysuit. However, both pants and shirt were too short. He let the shirt as it was, defining his muscles. He taped white bandages on the part his pants no longer covered. He nodded to himself. As he clenched his fist, the preparations have begun. Soon the world will bow to the power of the Alpha, he thought, releasing a burst of power as his eyes shined. Chapter 9. Preliminaries. Tower. 5 days have passed since the beginning of the second part of the Chunin exams. Now we find all the genin who survived inside a small arena in the tower, hearing the Hokage's speech regarding the Chunin exams. However, many eyes were observing Naruto regarding the power output he released. They didn't believe a mere human could release so much power, Jinchuriki or not. Whispers were flying in the air. Naruto paid them no mind. Instead, he tried to control his emotions. His memories had been fully unsealed, and a terrifying fury was dwelling inside him. For the village, for his parents. He didn't know what he would do if he met either of those two, but the biggest possibility is that it would not be pleasant. His sisters were a complicated matter. He didn't hate them, unless you count how naive they were. However, if they somehow pissed him off, he'd show no remorse. He looked up a bit, seeing that the Jounin senseis were in the podium, and next to the third stood Kushina and Minato. Kushina smiled a bit, seeing Naruto looking at her. Naruto simply huffed as he turned back, just in time to hear the proctor's explanation. The proctor was Gekko Hate, a brown-haired Jounin that was always sick and Konoha's Kenjutsu master, since Naruto was an all-around fighter. These are the preliminary rounds. Due to your numbers, 3 of you will fight at once. The winner between the 3 will get a spot in the finals. There will be 12 matches. This board will draw names at random. Once the first match is selected, everyone except the contenders must go to the upper floor, he said as he nodded to Anko. Anko nodded back and pressed the button. The board lit up, showing all the contenders in a line. It started going through names, until 3 popped up, everyone except Uchiha Sasuke, Akimichi Choji, and Ron Kanjiki are to leave, he said, with the genins clearing out. Before he left, Naruto whispered, "Be careful," he said, only for Sasuke to nod. The genins stood in a triangle formation, preparing to fight. "Begin," yelled Hate. In an instant, Sasuke sent 5 kunai with explosive notes towards Ron as he rushed at Choji. Choji used the human bullet tank to try and maul Sasuke. Sasuke jumped above it, while slicing with his jin at him, blood spurting out. Choji stopped the technique as he collapsed to one knee. "I know you don't want to fight me, Choji. I don't want to either. Just give up. No one will accuse you of surrendering to a stronger opponent, or because you don't want to hurt someone you know," he said, pointing his sword at him. Choji looked at him, then smiled slightly and nodded. He turned to Hate. "Proctor, I quit," he said, with Hate nodding. He sent a thumbs up to Sasuke on his way to the infirmary. Sasuke turned to Ron, only to widen his eyes. Ron's shirt was burned in the sleeves, yet his arms looked fine. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, going through hand seals. "Fire release. Great fireball," he said, spitting out a stream of flames, with Ron making a cross with his arms. The fire seemed to be held off by him. Sasuke jumped above the flames, swinging his sword downwards. To his surprise, Ron caught it. Sasuke looked at Ron's arm with widened eyes. Its skin was replaced by black steel, similar to the one Naruto's armor was made of. Ron smiled. Steel release. Impervious armor, he yelled, then used his second steel arm to send a fist Sasuke's way. It hit him in the shoulder, sending him flying. Sasuke stood up, holding his shoulder. What was that? He asked. Steel release, the specialty of my clan, he said with a smirk. We could surround our skin and body in tough steel. It can't be pierced by normal weapons. Sasuke thought for a second, then smirked. We shall see, he said and rushed at him, making hand signs as chakra appeared on his arm. He sent his fist forward towards the man's stomach, only for Ron to smirk. Are you stupid? He asked, surrounding his stomach with metal, hearing the clang of Sasuke's fist. Sasuke smirked and yelled, lightning release. Lightning rod. Ron widened his eyes, then yelled in pain as the metal amplified the electricity and burned his inside. He fell to the ground as his eyes had rolled back. Sasuke sighed, but fell to one knee, holding his shoulder. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, Hate said, with a medic coming and leading Sasuke to the infirmary to be examined. The Rookie 9 and Team Guy were watching the match with excited looks. Naruto merely stood next to Team 11, his hands folded, leaning against the wall with closed eyes. He was interested in what else Ron's steel release could do so far. I know it turns the skin into black metal. The only weaknesses would be extreme heat, lightning, and of course, weapons made of ascended metals, like the Raijin or the Kusanagi, he thought. He opened his eyes as the proctor announced the next match. Narumi Namikaze, Sai, and Darui, he said. As she passed Naruto, she said with a smile, wish me luck, Oni Isama, only to get a huff, causing her to sadden a bit, along with her parents who noticed the exchange, if you could call it that. As she entered the arena, she narrowed her eyes at her opponents, observing them. The Kimonin has a sword, so he must be proficient in Kenjutsu, and from the looks of it, it's made of chakra metal. Thus, skill in lightning jutsu is the most probable. As for him, his tanto also indicates such. However, I have no idea what that scroll is. Maybe Fuin jutsu skill, she thought, as she unsheathed her kodachi, preferring to keep her other arm free. Darui slowly took his sword out, as Sai was ready with his scroll. Begin, Hate called, with Narumi speeding towards Darui, him doing the same, both of their blades coated in chakra. A loud clang was heard, as sparks flew from the clash. They struggled, trying to overpower each other, but soon had to leap back as a lion made of ink crashed on their spot. He can animate his paintings, they thought, as Sai drew more and more lions, the beasts rushing at them. Narumi quickly cut down two, only to do a hand seal, fire release. Great fireball, she yelled, releasing a large orb of fire on the monsters, melting them. Sai narrowed his eyes as he continued drawing monsters, but sending them to Darui before he unsheathed his tanto and rushed towards Narumi. Darui groaned, stabbing his sword to the ground and did hand seals. Lightning release. Thunderbolt, he said, both hands surrounded by orbs of light, as he released lightning bolts from them, destroying the beasts. He grabbed the blade and rushed at Narumi, considering her a bigger threat. She narrowed her eyes as she pushed Sai back. Then she took out her tachi, holding both swords in her hands. A Kenjutsu fight ensued, with both sides holding their ground and getting their share of scratches. Narumi, however, had enough. She sent a kick towards Sai's stomach, before using it to propel above Darui. She leaped back many yards, sheathing her blades and taking out kunai and throwing them. The kunais had explosive notes, forcing Darui to dodge. Sai wasn't so lucky getting hit by them, as he was sent to the wall by the explosion. He struggled to get up, only for a kunai with a tag getting stabbed next to him. The tag lit up as a blast of chakra was released, along with a bright flash and sound that sent him to unconsciousness. Darui went through hand seals, as to Narumi's surprise, black lightning run through his arm. Lightning release. Black Panther, he yelled, a panther made of black electricity rushing Narumi's way. She frowned before she did hand seals. Wind release. Drilling air bullet, she yelled, spitting enormous orbs of wind. A large explosion was set off, as both Jinins rushed at each other. Narumi had her arm on her tachi's hilt, with Darui already swinging his blade. She narrowly dodged it before unsheathing her blade, running at Darui's side as blood gushed out. Darui fell to the ground, the pain leading to unconsciousness. Narumi sheathed her blade and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Winner, Namikaze Narumi," Hate said, with the genins cheering. She smiled, nodding to her parents, only to frown as Naruto was in the same position. With a sigh, she went back to her sister. "She is good," Haku said, with Yakumo nodding. Naruto didn't respond, but inwardly he was thinking Chunin skills in Taijutsu and Fuinjutsu, while Kenjutsu and Ninjutsu are almost Jonin. Jinjutsu mustn't be very high. I wonder what other tricks my sister has in her sleeves, he thought. Hate announced the next match, Shikamaru, Higurashi Temari, and Sabaku no Temari, he said, the two women coming down instantly, as Shikamaru took his time getting there. When he did, he saw the two women yelling curses at each other. He simply stood to a corner and watched the battle unfold as the proctor started the match. Tenten quickly threw kunai and shuriken at her, only for Temari to send them off with her fan. She opened it a bit. "Do you see this? This is the first moon. This match will be over on the third move," she said, with Tenten scowling. She took out two scrolls and jumped into the air, opening the scrolls. She started spinning while yelling twin rising dragons. She released a hail of hundreds of various weaponry, with Temari blocking them off using her fan. Now, on the second moon, Tenten smirked, using chakra strings to control the weapons. However, it wasn't enough. Temari pushed them all back and opened the third moon. "Sickle Weasel," she said, releasing a large gale that trapped Tenten inside a vacuum midair. Hundreds of wind blades sliced her, forcing her into unconsciousness. Temari went below her and released the jutsu, wanting her to fall on her fan. However, she was forced to walk away. She turned, only to see her shadow connected to Shikamaru's. She cursed, struggling to escape. However, Shikamaru kept forcing her into the direction of the wall. As she was closer to it and he was further, it didn't take her long to face the wall with the back of her head. He then threw his head back with force, her following him and getting her head slammed. He did this until she fell unconscious. "Now you know how it is to show brutality," he said, then turned to the proctor, who nodded. "Winner Shikamaru," he said. No one said anything, but Shikamaru shrugged, going up the stairs slowly. Once he was up, Naruto sent him a nod of approval. Shikamaru nodded back and chose to sit next to him. "You waited until one would be defeated once you noticed the sparks in their eyes, then used your skill to put the other down. And because she tried to go for overkill, you did so as well. A worthy strategy for Inara," he said, with Shikamaru nodding with bored eyes. "Thank you," he said, with Naruto nodding back and turning to the arena. "Sabaka no Gara, Rock Lee, and Kai Kanjiki," he said, coughing a bit, as the genins moved to the arena floor. Rock Lee fell into a taijutsu stance. Kai activated his bloodline on his arms, and Gara started leaking sand from his gourd. "Begin," Hate said. Rock Lee instantly rushed to Gara, sending a high kick, only to be blocked by sand. He continued sending a barrage of fists, until Gara's sand caught his foot and sent him flying back. Gara blocked a few metal orbs sent to his way by Kai. Kai rushed at him, followed by Lee. Gara sent Lee flying as he captured Kai with his sand. With a smirk and an outstretched arm, he surrounded Kai in a tight orb of sand, then turned his hand into a fist. "Sand burial," he said, as the sand tightened. A crushing sound was heard, along with the cracking of metal and the screams of Kai. The observers looked with wide eyes as blood flew out of the sand, with some looking in excitement. Like Naruto, Gara let the sand fall. As Guy turned down to Lee, "Take them off," he said, causing Lee to widen his eyes. "But Guy-sensei, you said only in cases of extreme emergencies." Guy simply grinned with a thumbs up. "I will allow it this once," he said with Lee nodding. He removed his weights from his legs and dropped them, cracks forming to the shock of the watchers. Lee smirked, rushing at high speeds, catching Gara off guard. He managed to get a few hits, only for cracks to form on Gara's face, which slowly healed. "You can't pass my second defense," he said, smirking and sending more sand on him. Lee dodged it and muttered, "Sorry, Guy-sensei. I have no choice." He made a hand seal and yelled, "Gate of opening. Activate," he said, rushing at Gara at even more impressive speed and kicked Gara to the air, to Gaara's surprise. He then appeared behind him, capturing him in a bear hug, then sent both of them to the ground hard while rotating. Lee struggled to get up as Gaara looked pissed. He sent a wave of sand that smacked Lee around. Lee dodged after a while. Gate of rest, activate. Gate of life, activate, he said. Energy started running off him as his eyes turned white and his skin red. He disappeared until Gaara felt a powerful kick that shattered part of his armor. He was sent flying, only to get kicked again. This continued with Gaara getting smacked around until he punched him and kicked him at the same time. Reverse lotus, he yelled, falling to the ground in pain. He tried standing up with difficulty, feeling the increased fatigue as Gaara growled, trying to stand up. On the stands, the Genins looked with open mouths. They'd never seen such a heated match. Naruto looked with a grin on his face. This is a very nice battle. Lee has impressed me so far, he thought. The Jounins were also impressed, while Kakashi berated Guy for teaching him so many gates. Gaara yelled in pain, a crazed look on his face. He sent sand at Lee, with Lee cursing and disappearing in pain. He looked at him, then yelled, Gate of Pain. Activate, he said, rushing at Gaara faster, hitting him with everything he got. Gaara kept screaming until he was sent straight to a wall. Sand exploded around him, a large tidal wave of it going towards Lee. Lee punched through it as green energy rushed around him. Gate of closing. Activate, he yelled, sending a punch that shattered the ground in Gaara's face, cracking his entire armor and sending him to the ground. He tried standing up, fury in his eyes, as Lee collapsed to the ground. He sent his sand at him, surrounding his legs and breaking them, releasing yells of pain. Gaara was going to crush him until Guy took him. Hate shouted, due to the interference of a sensei, Sabaka no Gaara is the winner. Gaara scowled, turning one to Naruto, only to get a nod. He nodded back, going up to the stands again. Shikamaru shuddered, as did most of the genin. He heard the proctors speak. Ni Yujito, Akatsuchi, and Haku Momochi, he said, the genin's going, with Naruto muttering a good luck to Haku, getting a slight nod. Begin, said the proctor. Haku looked at her opponents, taking out her senbon and throwing them quickly. She sent a small nod towards Yujito, who raised her eyebrow, but nodded back. Haku rushed at Akatsuchi, throwing senbon, causing the large boy to dodge using Kawarimi. When he reappeared, he had to raise an earth wall, courtesy of a great fireball from Yujito. He growled, then slammed his hands in the ground. Earth release. Earth golem, he said, sending the golem towards Yujito. He then rushed, with speed not thought possible for his body, at Haku, throwing punches at her. She blocked one and winced in pain, dodging the rest. Meanwhile, Yujito was battling the golem. While quite slow, it was durable and strong. It was a stalemate until Yujito had enough. She jumped back a few feet, surrounding herself with lightning chakra. She rushed at it, her arm outstretched. Lariat, she yelled, tearing the golem's head off. She kept skidding at fast speeds, dispelling the chakra, then jumped and did hand seals fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson, she yelled, spitting out fire and releasing shuriken at the same time. The flaming shuriken rushed at Akatsuchi, causing him to raise another wall, blocking them effectively. He did hand seals, earth release, flying thrown stones. He said, the wall breaking into stones flying towards them. Haku did hand seals, water release, gunshot, she said, firing water balls at the stones, destroying most of them while having to dodge some. At the same time, Yujito sped at Akatsuchi, forcing him into a taijutsu match. Then, Haku did hand seals, water release, water colliding wave, she yelled, making a water vortex and sending a wave towards her enemy. Yujito smirked, sending a fast punch at a pressure point on Akatsuchi's leg, causing him to fall on one knee. She then jumped above him, then sent him in the direction of the water with a powerful step kick. Akatsuchi crashed head first into the wave, and when he came out, he skidded to the ground, his eyes rolled behind his head. Both women then turned to each other, Haku panting, while Yujito simply smirked, falling into a stance. Some genin cheered, others frowned upon the teamwork, but nonetheless clapping ensued. Naruto clapped as well, satisfied at the way this match was going so far that Haidonin was good. Earth ninjutsu, good speed and strength, complementing his all-around style. He was just unlucky. Those two control 4 of the 5 elements together. Their teamwork was good, even if they don't know each other. Yujito's close combat kept him at a distance, while Haku's long-range skill supported her. Those two are good. However, they both now know each other's perks. And Haku is meant to lose, for despite the Kimonin being an all-around fighter, she possesses the Nibi no Nakomata, from what I sense, he thought. Yujito looked at Haku. Oh, don't tell me that's it. This match is too good for me to win, just by you falling unconscious, she said. Haku smirked, preparing herself as white-blue chakra was released, the arena getting colder. Don't underestimate me, she said, her eyes glowing with an ice-blue color. Yujito smirked, fire surrounding her as lightning cackled, her eyes glowing with chakra. I could say the same to you, she said, rushing at high speeds at her. Haku rose her hand, certain kill ice spears, she said, spikes rising meters in front of Yujito. She frowned and jumped above them. Haku turned her hand into a fist, the spikes blasting off towards her. She widened her eyes, fire release. Great fireball. She released a giant fireball towards the spikes, an explosion ensuing. However, from the smoke came a few, dodging them, but getting a deep scar on her left bicep. She growled, diving into the ground. Then, with a pulse of chakra from her legs, she blasted towards Haku, turning her nails into claws. Haku cursed, making a sword of ice. They clashed, but it was clear Yujito held the advantage. She dodged a swing to slice at her legs. She then sent a kick at her head, throwing her back. She placed a hand on her hip. Give up, she said. Haku rose, never, then did a hand seal, secret technique. Demonic mirroring ice crystals, she yelled, as ice mirrors surrounded Yujito in a dome. Haku's reflection appeared on every mirror. Give up, you can't track my movements. Yujito scanned around, only to get a sunban at her shoulder. She growled, turning only to get another at her leg. This continued for a minute, until Yujito was a pincushion. Yujito growled, chakra rolling off her enough, she yelled, jumping high into the air, forming hand seals fire release. Intelligent hard work, she shouted, sending a small fireball at the ground. As soon as it touched the surface, a large explosion appeared, a fiery blast incinerating all the mirrors. As soon as it was over, Yujito stood, part of her clothes burned, Haku below her, also burned, immobile. Hate nodded. Winner is Ni Yujito. Yujito nodded, going up the stairs. All the genins were gawking at such a battle. Naruto smirked, his eyes closed. Oh yeah, definitely the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Only the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, Yanbi, and Kyubi, along with Uchiha clan members, have shown such power over fire, he thought. He soon turned his head to the announcement of the next match, Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, and Inoue Orihime. He said, the girl's going down. Naruto looked at Orihime intently. She stood at 5 feet 2 inches, with brown eyes and long, burnt orange hair. She had a curvaceous figure, but what caught Naruto's attention were her large breasts. Goddamn, those could only be rivaled by the one Tsunade Senju has, he thought. She wore what appeared to be a white battle dress. Suddenly, she looked at him, he looked back. She blushed slightly and turned back at her opponents. Naruto suddenly felt his instincts growling to tame her, but he pressed them down, shaking his head, as the proctor said, begin, with a cough. Inoue looked at her opponents with worry. Ino and Sakura were looking at each other with lightning shooting from their eyes. They immediately charged at each other, starting a taijutsu match. They fought with punches, kicks, and kunai. They seemed evenly matched, until Ino did a sweep kick that sent Sakura to the ground, then jumped on her and kneed her stomach. Sakura yelled in pain and used kawarimi. Ino turned only to shoot 5 kunai at 5 Sakuras, with them turning to smoke. She did the same tactic 3 times, until Sakura's sucker punched her face. Ino stumbled back, sending a few shuriken at her. Sakura dodged them, as she also went back. Ino then used her family's jutsu, while sending 2 kunai her way. She tried to dodge, but found herself stuck as Ino entered her head, then left just moments before the kunai struck her. Sakura gasped in pain, falling to the ground. Ino went her way and headbutted her. only to hold her head in pain as blood flowed from it. She turned to see Sakura unconscious. She then panted, turning to her opponent, only to get hit by a glowing orb of light right in her forehead. She dropped unconscious as Orihime had a hand forward. She gasped and approached her, tapping her a bit. She then smiled awkwardly. Proctor-san, I think she's out, she said, with hate nodding. Winner, in no way, Orihime. He then turned to the Hokage, who nodded. Hate nodded back and said, there will be a 10-minute break for all those with unfinished business and for refreshments. He said, with the genins going to converse with the winners. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, who was asleep. He simply shook his head, closing his eyes, but opening them again at the sound of an excuse me. He turned, only to find Orihime. He looked at her. Congratulations on your match, he said, causing her to smile. Why, thank you, she said, then looked at him with a tilt of her head. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? She asked, with him nodding. She raised her arm. Pleasure to meet you. I am in no way Orihime, she said. Naruto took her arm and laid a kiss on it, causing her to blush madly. It is a pleasure, Orihime-chan, he said with a smirk. She simply nodded as she poked her fingers together. Good luck in your match. She stuttered out, rushing off, with Naruto smirking. Inside, though, he wondered, in no way. Where have I heard that name before? He thought. Soon the break finished. Hate coughed. All right. Now, it is the turn of Sabaku no Kankuro, Minma, and Dash Chapter 10, Wolf vs. Fox. Tower. It is the turn of Sabaku no Kankuro, Minma, and Rias Gemstrong, he said. As the genins were going down, Naruto couldn't keep his eyes off her. She was certainly one of the most breathtaking women he had ever laid eyes on. She had long crimson hair, the color of blood, and blue eyes, two sapphires in a sea of white. She had an amazing body, with wide hips, a perfect rear, and massive breasts, as big as Tsunade's, to his surprise. She wore a red skirt, connected to a white and purple shirt. She also wore white stockings and brown boots. Her casual clothing drew some confusion, but mostly stares. As she walked, she gave a wink to Naruto. He didn't do anything on the outside, but on the inside, he was trying to calm down as 70% of his inner self was telling him to go down there and claim her, while the other 30% to watch out, as her power seemed off. He kept that warning for later, as the proctor said begin, with another cough, his 164th so far. Minma, a boy of medium height, with maroon hair and brown eyes, wearing a blue bodysuit, with silver armor, and Kankuro whistled as they looked at her. Minma, the third person in the team of Naruto's sisters, slowly approached her winking. Hey babe, wanna go have some fun later on? He said, wiggling his eyebrows. She simply smirked, raising her finger in a come here motion. The boy simply smirked, and when he was a few feet away, she disappeared, only to reappear, snapping her fingers. The ground where Minma stood exploded in a flash of red light. Once it was gone, only ash stood there. She turned to Kankuro, her palm lighting up with red energy. He dropped to the ground, raising his arms in pure terror. I surrender, he cried out. Rias simply smirked, the energy disappearing. Hate shook his head, coughing. Winner Rias Gemstrong, he said, with Rias going up the stairs. As she passed Naruto, a smirk formed on her face. Naruto smirked as well, though on the inside his alarms were going haywire. What was that energy? It felt like Yuki, which is impossible, yet more condensed, powerful, and destructive. It wasn't aura either. No holy being uses power in the open like that. Could she be a metahuman, possessing unique energy hybrid? I will need to learn more during the finals, he thought. Hate said, cutting him from his train of thought. Kuratsuchi, Sasami Fuma, and Niji Hyuga, he said, with Naruto turning at the Fuma name of Fuma. He thought, looking at her. She had long orange hair and brown eyes. She would look like a relative to Orihime if her figure wasn't as childish. Yet again, she isn't older than 13. Naruto thought. She wore a violet sleeveless shirt, olive shorts, and a blue hat. She stood into a stance, eyeing her opponents, as Kuratsuchi did the same with a smirk, and Niji fell on his gentle fist stance. Begin. Niji was the first to act, rushing towards Sasami, hoping to deal with her in one attack. He sent a palm thrust towards her chest, only for her to use Kawarimi. She reappeared on another part of the arena, sending kunai at him. He blocked them with one of his own and rushed, but had to dodge a great fireball from Kuratsuchi. He frowned and went to her, she doing the same, her hands coated in rock. She sent a fist forward, only for Niji to dodge and send a palm strike to her arm, only for her to raise her fist, punching the rock. The match continued for a while, Kuratsuchi's rock defense keeping Niji to a stalemate. However, none of them noticed Sasami. Silently, like a true ninja, she kept doing a large amount of hand seals. Once she reached the ram seal, a large pulse of chakra was sent out, alerting them, but it was too late, bringer of darkness. Suddenly, Niji and Kuratsuchi's field of vision was covered in darkness. Niji tried to use his Byakugan, only to see it not working to his horror. Both him and Kuratsuchi then suddenly felt a slash at their bicep, causing them to hold it in pain. Niji then felt a stab at his palm, as Kuratsuchi felt one on her right leg. This kept going, with Kuratsuchi and Niji unable to find her, even with their other sense. After a slash at his other palm, Niji had enough and started spinning 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, he yelled, forming a spiraling dome of chakra. Sasami, who was close to hit him again, was sent back from the force. Kuratsuchi, feeling the spike of chakra, made hand seals, earth release, earth dragon bullet, she said, a giant dragon of stone rushing at the Kaiten. It hit it, causing an explosion. With the Genjutsu vanishing after Sasami was hit, Kuratsuchi could now see clearly. So could Niji. Kuratsuchi took out a kunai and rushed at Sasami, Niji following. Sasami growled as she threw shuriken at them. Then kunai with explosive notes. Earth release, earth-style wall. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The shuriken bounced off and the explosive notes canceled the jutsu, but did not halt the approach. Sasami skidded back a few feet, taking out 4 ringless kunai, holding 2 on each hand. Both Kuratsuchi and Niji attacked her, forcing her to the defensive. Sasami lasted for a while, but eventually she was overpowered by the combined assault. Niji with 3 palm strikes closed off some chakra points, then Kuratsuchi with an uppercut to her chin, threw her in the air, with Niji appearing above, a palm strike to her chest, sending her straight to the wall. However, Niji spat out blood, as Kuratsuchi appeared behind him, a kunai on his ribs. She then grabbed him from the neck and threw him on the ground, taking out the kunai in a gush of blood. As Niji fell, she did hand seals, water release. Water trumpet, she said, releasing a large jet of water that crashed head first into Niji, pushing him into the ground. Once the water cleared, Niji was unconscious. Winner Kuratsuchi, said Hate, causing her to smirk and go up the stairs. As the match ended, Naruto, along with Shikamaru and Sasuke, who had returned with a bandaged shoulder, were each thinking the same lines that Anin is more powerful than the average Shunin. She can use taijutsu with finesse and can command 3 chakra natures. And that Fuma clan member was also capable. Her strategy was flawless in that situation, but she should have went for the kill. If not, she could have at least attacked a point that would send them to unconsciousness. Oh well, maybe the next match will be even better, they thought. However, drops of sweat fell on the Genin's faces, as the arena's temperature grew as cold as when Haku released her power. Hei looked alarmed. Inazuka, Kiba, Namikaze Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Every person went to the end of the railing, as Naruto was slowly walking towards the arena. Sasuke looked scared, and so did Shikamaru. As they went down, they formed a triangle shape. Kiba looked smug, Naruto looked sad, and Naruto looked agitated. Begin, said Hate. Kiba looked at Akamaru. You won't be needed right now, Akamaru. Sit nearby until I fight with the Namikaze girl, he said, then turned to Naruto and sneered, Yo, loser. Do us all a favor and just give up, he said, with Naruto merely turning to Naruto. She looked at the ground, then to him. I agree, Oni-sama. I know you're strong, but there is no way you can defeat me, she said. Up in the stands, Hiruzen, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Shikamaru sighed. Well, there goes the chance to avoid a bloodbath, they thought. Naruto's bangs were covering his face. However, soon chuckles started rising, then laughter. It kept going louder as Naruto looked at her, a crazed grin at his face. He narrowed his eyes as his grin widened, as dark gold chakra rolled of him in waves. In just a few seconds, it reached S-rank output, causing Kiba to fall unconscious from the sheer power, along with some remaining weak genins, the strongest ones falling to their knees as the senseis and the Hokage sweated. He bared his fangs to her as his eyes glowed. "No match, you say? Let's put that theory to the test, shall we?" he said in an eerie tone as he disappeared. Suddenly, Naruto felt her nose break as a punch from Naruto sent her flying into a wall. Spider webs cracked as she slowly rose. Naruto placed an arm on his hip, his face angry. I was going to use Gakken here, or if I fought you or your sister, the flying swallow. It seemed fitting to be defeated by your precious father's style. However, he said, falling into a stance that made some Jounin and the Hokage widen their eyes in fear. You made me change my mind. I haven't used this style for 2 years. Bound to make a spectacle, he said, disappearing. He rushed at Naruto, sending a fist at her arm, causing her to dodge, then jumping over a sweep kick, only to get hit in the stomach by a high kick. She was sent flying. However, Naruto appeared behind her in an instant and backhanded her to the other side. He then appeared above her and sent a jump kick, dropping her to the ground. He then grabbed her and threw her slightly into the air, then sent a repeating flurry of punches right in her gut, blood coming out her mouth. Up on the stands, Minato was tightly holding the railing, sweat forming on his face and fear in his eyes. He had told Naruto during the break not to aggravate Naruto under any circumstances, yet she just straight up told him he's weaker than her. He knew that Naruto was strong as him. He only prayed that Naruto would not kill her. Kushina, on the other hand, was holding her mouth in fear as tears went down her eyes. She felt flashbacks of her time with Naruto, then saw Naruto, all alone, beaten up. She cried out, "Stop it, Sochi. Please," she yelled. Sarutobi only shook his head. He didn't want Naruto to kill her, but he couldn't stop him. Naruto kept punching her as blood flew down on his face. Then he sent one strong punch to her face, then an uppercut to her chin. "Rising dragon," he said, launching her high in the air. As she came down, she got hit by a flurry of spinning kicks from Naruto in midair. "Tornado whirlwind leg," he yelled. He disappeared and appeared on the ground. As she came crashing, he released a powerful step kick, high-level leg blade kick, he said, as Naruto went flying inside the wall. He slowly walked towards the rubble, but stopped as a large killer intent fell on the arena, as a large blast of red yukai was released from the rubble. He dodged it, watching as it made a huge dent in the wall, then turned to Naruto with a smirk. Naruto was surrounded by a thick veil of red yuki, her eyes blood red with slits, 3 yuki tails flowing behind her. She released a roar towards his way, shattering the ground, yet he stood still. He simply cracked his knuckles, then dashed at her, she doing the same. She swiped her claws at him, only for him to dodge and punch her face. She reared back, then sent him a powerful kick, making him skid back a few feet. She jumped at him, only for him to do a backflip, kicking her in the air. Then, as soon as his leg touched the ground, he pushed forward, doing a front flip, kicking her again, crashing her into the ground. He aimed his open palm towards her as a golden chakra blast struck her at point-blank range. He then grabbed her from the neck, the yuki barely damaging him, as he placed his hand at her stomach. Then, he sent a large wave of chakra as the world around them turned white. Naruto opened her eyes, groaning. She blinked slowly, trying to remember what happened. All she could remember was pain and nothingness. However, memories of the battle in her 3-tailed state came rushing to her. She was surprised Naruto handled her like it was nothing. She looked down, only to her widened eyes to see she was tied in black chains. She turned, seeing the chains connected to Naruto's back. He turned to her. "Good, you're awake," he said, then turned to Kyubi. She did the same, only to widen her eyes in surprise. The cage was gone, and so was the seal. In the place of an enormous 9-tailed fox stood a small fox the size of dog. It also looked scared. "So, look how the almighty Kyubi no Kitsune, leader of the demonic Kitsune, has fallen. I don't blame you, though. Instead, I congratulate you for not warning dear Naruto here of who I really am. Now, I give you a choice. Give me what I came for freely, and you will live another day. I will even give you a gift. Try and stop me, and you will die, he said with narrowed eyes. What do you say, Kurama? He said, causing the now identified Kurama to widen his eyes. Then, he bowed lowly, his ears falling. I am under your command. It said, a large orb of red energy coming out of its body, entering Naruto. Naruto smirked, releasing a burst of power as his dark gold chakra turned slightly darker. He smirked as he sent a pulse towards the fox. Kurama widened its eyes as it started glowing, feeling pain. He then turned to Naruto. Once I leave, your body will fall unconscious. Be lucky I won't kill you. I won't kill your sister either, as long as neither of you stand in my way. Tell your sister to give up her match, or I will break her too, as I did you. If she doesn't, her life will be fine, he said, causing Naruto to frown. What about Tusama and Kasama? She asked, only for him to growl, causing her to yelp. Next time you mention them in my face like they did nothing, you will die, he promised, then continued. As for them, they will pay, he said, then turned to Kurama. You know what to do, Kurama, he said, as he disappeared, with the fox nodding. He turned to the shocked Naruto and smirked at her, then roared in the sky before his body disappeared. Naruto stood there for a second, then her world turned white. Everyone looked with open mouths as Naruto touched Naruto's stomach. Suddenly, they saw the chakra of the Kyuubi disappearing completely, Naruto collapsing to the ground and Naruto releasing a large wave of power as his body crackled with lightning. He smirked, looking at the unconscious Naruto, then at the proctor. It took him a few seconds to realize, as he turned to Kiba, only to notice him still unconscious, having taken the full effect of Naruto's power. Winner is Uzumaki Naruto, he said, with Naruto smirking and going up the stands. Everyone threw him looks of fear, with some women lust, but he ignored them all. He simply leaned back on the wall, closed his eyes, and thought of his next plans. He did hear, however, the next match, Yakumo Kurama, Hyuga Hinata, and Suigetsu Hozuki, he said, with the genins going to the arena. Begin, he said. Hinata and Yakumo nodded slightly at each other, as Hinata rushed at Suigetsu. She then threw a jab at him, only to widen her eyes as she pierced his arm. But instead of blood, only water flew. She then dodged, thanks to her Byakugan, a kick from Suigetsu. Suigetsu took out his blade, blocking shuriken courtesy of Yakumo. She frowned and took out a notebook, along with an ink brush. Hinata, stall him, she said as she started drawing. Hinata nodded, going toe-to-toe with Suigetsu, despite the boy's superior strength and range. However, she never hit him once, too afraid to hurt him or not knowing if it could work. Suigetsu noticed this and opened his arms midway to her attack, his chest wide open. She gasped her eyes, stopping her attack. He smirked, sending a strong punch to her stomach, causing her to gasp. He then grabbed her head and planted it face first into the ground with a smirk. Hinata went numb, her eyes rolled back. Suigetsu turned to Yakumo, only for his words to be covered in darkness. His body was turning to water against his will, and he heard a shout of "This is for Hinata," before he screamed in pain as lightning passed through his liquid body. In the real world, Suigetsu held his head in pain, as Yakumo had drawn a picture of a blinded, liquid Suigetsu getting hit by electricity. Eventually, Suigetsu fell unconscious from mental breakdown. Yakumo then approached Hinata and bowed to her, muttering an apology. Hey looked towards Anko, having her do the final roll, as he said, "Winner is Yakumo Kurama." As she went upstairs, Hey looked at the remaining names: Shino, Aburame, Suzumabachi, Kamizuru, and Samui, he said, the three genins going down. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Samui. She was standing at a medium high, with shoulder-length blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He noticed her nice body and her growing D-cup breasts. He shook his head, feeling hot again. Damn. I know Shinju-sama said an increased libido, but this is ridiculous, he thought. He simply observed as Hate coughed and said begin. Samui took out her tanto, covering it in lightning chakra. Both use insects for their attacks. And from what I see, they hold animosity towards each other. Cool. I will stay back and wait for the victor, she thought. Suzumabachi summoned a swarm of bees, as Shino released his Kikachu from his body. The insects swarmed and attacked each other as Shino rushed at Suzumabachi. She tried to dodge a punch, only to fail, then get a kick on her ribs and a punch on her shoulder. She jumped back and summoned bees that shot their stingers at him. He got pierced, only to reveal the insect clone. The insects again swarmed the bees. Shino appeared behind Suzumabachi and punched her back. He then took out a kunai and stabbed her, only for her to disappear in a kawarimi. He dodged a wild swing, blocked another one, then twisted her arm, making her drop her kunai and falling to the ground. However, she summoned a bee with an explosive note and detonated at point-blank range. The only thing that remained were insects that bit into her and drained her chakra. She tried fending them off, but due to her distraction, Shino released more Kikaichu at her. She eventually passed out from chakra exhaustion. He heard Samui say, "Cool battle. Now surrender, or your insects will get hurt," she said, her tanto at the back of his neck, her palm aiming at the insects with lightning surrounding it. Shino said, "It is only logical to surrender. My insects come first. Proctor, I give up," he said, with Hei nodding. "Winner Samui," he said, with Samui sheathing her tanto. Shino nodded at her, she nodding back. Hei coughed. "I am sorry to say this, but due to the unfair numbers, one more match of 1 versus 1 will be done," he said, looking at the board. "In no way Oraheim and Yakumo Karama," he said, the two girls going down. "Begin." Inoue looked at Yakumo, then nodded with a smile. Yakumo nodded back, sending shuriken at her, preparing her chakra. Inoue dodged them. Then, knowing what Yakumo would do, raised a barrier made of yellow chakra. Yakumo smirked. "You think that will stop me?" she said, releasing her jinjutsu. Nothing happened. Yakumo looked on with wide eyes. What?" she thought, with Inoue smiling. The barrier turned into an orb that blasted its way towards Yakumo. She held out her arms, only to fall back, yelling in pain. Inoue kept sending more balls of energy at her, until she fell unconscious. She simply bowed with a frown of sadness. "Winner Oriheim in no way," said Hei, coughing and nodding to Anko as they both jumped down. "All winners come here," he said. As the genins went down, Naruto thought, "Too bad Yakumo lost. I knew it from the start, though. She was low on chakra since she battled recently. Not to mention her body isn't free of its problem yet. But I'm interested in how that barrier blocked the Jinjutsu, along with her ability." Naruto thought about Inoue. As he came down, the proctor pointed at the box in Anko's hand. "Each of you will draw a paper from there. We will use it to see who you will battle and in what turn. Begin," he said as each of the genins took out a paper. 5, said Sasuke. 6, said Gaara. 3, said Shikamaru. 7, said Inoue. 8, said Samui. 2, said Narumi. 10, said Kuratsuchi. 4, said Rias. 1, said Naruto. 9, said Yujito. Hei gulped at the matches, especially the first one. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Namikaze Narumi. Second match, Nara Shikamaru versus Rias Gemstrong. Third match, Oraheim Inoue versus Samui. Fourth match, Yujito versus Kuratsuchi. Alright, those are the matches. Gaara will fight the winner of the first match and Sasuke the one of the second. After that, the winners of match 3 and 4 will fight. That person will go directly to the final. The other two will fight, so that one will go to the final. You have 1 month to prepare. Good luck to all, he said. Most of the genin turned to Naruto, who didn't look pleased one bit. He simply sent a nod to the Sandaime as he went off. So, fate has deemed fit for me to fight my sister. All right, she will fall before me, like all the sheep have fallen before the wolf. He thought. Chapter 11, 3 down, 6 to go. Hokage Tower. Naruto stood across the Hokage's office, his eyes narrowed. He immediately came to the Hokage's office, stopping only to get a new mask as his old one got destroyed. His narrowed eyes shone with clear annoyance and anger for the two people next to Hiruzen. Leaning next to a wall was Kakashi. Hiruzen coughed a bit as he sat in his chair. Naruto-kun, I would like to ask you a few questions, he said, with Naruto not changing his attitude. Is this about Orochimaru and my newfound power and personality? He said, causing the room to widen their eyes. But Hiruzen nodded nonetheless. He sighed. I met that annoying snake on the second part. He had just branded Sasuke with a cursed seal, so I fought him. He used a diversion to fool me and planted a cursed seal to me as well, he said, causing Kakashi to widen his eyes. Why didn't you say anything? We must seal it immediately, he yelled, causing Naruto to turn at him, forcing him to silence. Oh, really? Think I don't know that, he said with sarcasm, then turned back to the Hokage. But there's no need. The Hiki was destroyed. However, the memory seal broke, he said, causing Kakashi and Hiruzen to gasp. Kushina blinked. What memory seal? She asked with Naruto turning towards her with a scowl. After I turned 6, the beatings became very unpleasant. So much that before I went under the Hokage's command, I had my memories sealed by a powerful memory seal. That seal also held my special power, which reappeared today, he said. Hiruzen sighed, but Minato looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes, getting one in return. What did you do to Naruto? The seal has disappeared, he said, with Naruto smirking. I took the Kyuubi's power, he said, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. All except Hiruzen. What do you mean? Asked Minato, as Naruto spiked his power, causing them to get scared. That is for me to know. He then turns to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, tomorrow I will leave the village. I'm going for some training, he said, causing Hiruzen to nod. All right, but before you go, you need to talk to the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clan head for the marriage proposal. Also, Hayashi-sama wants to see you, he said, with Naruto scowling but nodding. He rose, then turned to Kakashi. Make sure Sasuke's curse seal is fully suppressed. I don't want to deal with a mini Orochimaru in the middle of my match, for I might kill him, he said, leaving the room, as the rest looked in shock. Castle Takizo. Naruto groaned as he sat on his armchair in the living room. He passed 3 hours talking to the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clan heads. The only one he came to an agreement with was the Inuzuka, as she didn't care for anything, rather for his support in harsh times, and to marry her daughter to a true alpha, with him chuckling at the last part, as she was referring to his wolf alias. The Yamanaka was too prideful and overprotective. He was gloating about his daughter's beauty and was demanding for Naruto too many things for him to even consider agreeing. For example, he wanted his clan to give him a shipment of flowers once per month. Why in the world would he do that? And for what? Sure, the girl was interesting and cute, but she wasn't as strong as he expected, which even that wasn't much. Not to mention, she seemed to be turning into a Naruto fangirl, like Hinata, to his disliking. Speaking of Hinata, his conversation with the Hyuga was interesting. He wanted to talk about the possibility of giving Hinata to him as his wife, which Naruto wasn't sure. However, the advantages Hayashi pointed out were interesting to say the least. If he married Hinata, or made her his slave, he wasn't sure yet. He could have the entire Hyuga clan under his command, something he would like for the wars to come. All Hayashi asked was to take care of Hinata, protect his clansmen, and to kill the Hyuga elders for the plan to work. He would think about it later. Right now, he needed to rest a bit, for it would be a good night tonight. He turned to see Haku reading a book, as Zabuza was resting on the couch. He yawned. Yo, Zabuza, from what I learned, the new Mizukage will be coming to watch the Chunin exams in order to set up an alliance with Konoha, he said, gaining Zabuza's interest. I hear she will also bring a new ninja swordsman of the mist, he finished with Zabuza grinning. Well, I now can't wait for the exams. Haku, he yelled, rising up. As she rose with a yelp, come, we're going to start training, so that next time, you won't lose, he said, with Haku sighing and nodding. Naruto smirked. All right, those two now have something to do. As for me, I got work to do, he said, vanishing. Outskirts. Naruto stood at the outskirts of the village. He was waiting for Gaara to come, knowing he took his messenger bird. It was early in the night, the moon having just risen. He looked at it, then turned where he felt a chakra signature. He smirked as he saw Gaara appearing from a Sanshin. Gaara folded his hands. What do you want? He said, with Naruto smirking and appearing in front of him to his surprise. Your mother, he said, before punching Gaara in the stomach, then grabbed his head and sent him flying to a tree. Tendrils of sand rushed at him as he dodged them and sent a spinning kick to his face, cracking his armor. Gaara growled as a wave of sand was unleashed. Naruto smirked as lightning enveloped his arm. He disappeared and slammed his raikiri up Gaara's shoulder, earning him a scream of blood. My blood! Naruto smirked, punching his throat, causing him to shut up, then placed 2 fingers on his head, sending a pulse of chakra. Then the world turned white. Gaara's mindscape. Gaara groaned as he rose to his feet. He looked around, only to see sand. Where am I? He asked in your mind. Naruto said, standing next to him. Suddenly, the sand shifted to form a colossal beast. It was a sandy brown tanuki with blue markings all over his body. Its eyes had black sclera, yellow iris, and a pupil looking like a 4-pointed star with 4 dots. It had a large tail, almost as big as himself. It roared at Naruto, "Get away! My domain! This is my domain!" he yelled, with Naruto sighing, releasing his power. "So you want to fight Shikaku?" he asked, with Shikaku flaring his own power. Soon, Naruto's power overpowered Shikaku's, causing it to yell loudly, "No, I won't lose!" He yelled, forming an orb of purple chakra, combining positive and negative chakra. He swallowed the ball, then released a beam of light, one-tailed menacing. Ball! The beam rushed at Naruto, only for him to jump in the air, rearing his fist back as it glowed with gold chakra of gargantuan amount. He punched Shikaku in the head. "Chakra cannon!" he yelled, releasing the chakra, forming a point-blank explosion. He fell back, seeing Shikaku collapsing. He then raised his arm, making a come-here motion, a pulse of chakra released from the fingertips. Suddenly, Shikaku's body started transforming into chakra, flowing inside Naruto. Soon, it all disappeared, as Naruto's power flared even more. He smirked happily, turning to Gaara. "You can sleep now," he said, to Gaara's shock. "Fight with all you got in the exams," he said, disappearing from the mindscape. Hotel. Naruto stood inside a room of a hotel. The lights were out, and only one other person was inside. On the bed, sleeping peacefully, was Yujito. He silently looked around the room, then approached her. He was right next to the bed, as he slowly took off her sheets to reveal her wearing only a sports bra and a pair of blue shorts. He pressed one hand to her belly and 2 fingers on her forehead. Then, with a pulse, he teleported inside her mindscape. Yujito's mindscape. Naruto looked around the mindscape with an intrigued look. It was certainly unique and inspired after the bijou, like Gaara's mindscape. He had heard of the Nibi, the giant cat surrounded by blue flames and capable of absorbing souls if she likes. So, it didn't do him much surprise to find her looking at him in a giant cat box, surrounded by hundreds of graves. The scene was a bit macabre, but nothing new to him. But he did wonder what was the Kyuubi's connection to sewers. He shook that head off as he looked at Nibi again. He noticed on a small cat bed to the right, laid Yujito, sleeping peacefully. He looked at Nibi's green and yellow eyes. With a smirk, "It is a pleasure to meet you in person, Matatabi," he said, with Nibi hissing. "How do you know that name?" "Only the bijou, our creator, and a few Rinnegan users know them," she said, with Naruto raising an eyebrow, releasing his power. "So, the reincarnation of the one you were born from can't know your name?" he asked, with Nibi standing up slightly. "It can't be." "Impossible," she said with narrowed eyes. The power continued to rise, as Naruto's gold eyes glowed. "I am Naruto, future Lord of the Nine, and I demand your submission. If you don't give it willingly, I shall take it by force," he said, with Nibi rising. "I am not like Shikaku or Son Goku, or even Chome. I don't just fight an opponent I don't know anything about." She jumped in front of him. "However, Shinju's reincarnation or not, I shall not allow you to take the Hellcat Mistress without a fight," she roared, as her blue fire shone. Naruto simply smiled. "Let's get wild," he said, opening his arms to the sides with a mock bow. Nibi growled, rearing her head back, forming a compressed fireball in her mouth, twice the size of any great fireball Naruto has ever seen. "Cat flame roaring fire," she said, releasing the fireball like a cannon, making a large explosion. From inside came Naruto, his clothes burning, but other than that he was fine. Matatabi sent her paw at him, attempting to crush him, but Naruto raised his arms and stopped the paw. He then pushed it back with great force and appeared in front of her, sending an axe kick on her head. Matatabi roared in pain, creating a sonic wave that pushed Naruto back. She looked angered and surprised. How are you not hurt? My body's flames burn as hot as the sun. Only god fire like that of the Amaterasu is stronger, she yelled, causing Naruto to smirk. You are really foolish. And I thought cats were clever creatures, he said, disappearing and sending a chakra-enhanced punch at her paw, a breaking noise coming from it as Matatabi screamed and used her other paw to cut him in two, only for him to say water release. Water encampment wall, causing it to stop as dense water formed, strong enough to cause her paws to sizzle as the fire got weakened. You keep thinking you fight an ordinary human. You know my power, you feel it, yet you assume I have human weaknesses, he said, his anger rising as he raised his arm and multiple water balls formed on the air, shooting off towards her, causing her to roar in pain. You're not fighting a human. You're up against a bijou. Against the Lord of the Nine. Fight like you mean it, he roared, releasing a sonic roar that sent her toward the wall. At that moment, Yujito woke up to see Nibi on the wall and Naruto standing there. She turned to the bijou in Nibi. What is going on? She yelled, with Nibi growling. Stand back, kitten, she said, forming a purple orb of chakra on her mouth. Tailed beast bomb, she yelled, the orb shooting off like a rocket. Naruto pushed his arms forward, stopping the orb. The two sides battled for dominance, with Naruto growling. Nibi then formed two orbs that became one and ate them. Steam rose from her mouth, releasing a blue beam of light, two-tailed menacing ball. Naruto saw it coming, then yelled, Chakra Torrent! He yelled, the orb cracking and disappearing as a large blast of gold chakra rushed at the beam. The two sides battled for dominance, until Naruto raised his palm. Chakra Eruption, he yelled, releasing a compressed orb of chakra, similar to a tailed beast ball. The new power pushed back the beam, until an explosion formed. Naruto appeared above Nibi, placing his hand on her head. Nice fight, he said, Chakra Flare, as Nibi was surrounded by a gold light. Once it cleared, stood an injured Nibi, blood flowing as her blue flames were getting smaller. Naruto raised his arm. Who do you serve? He asked, with Nibi saying painfully, the Lord of the Nine, the heir of the Shinju. Causing Naruto to smirk. Good kitty, he said, as Nibi transformed into flames that flew inside Naruto's palm. Naruto roared in the air as his body grew slightly larger. Naruto turned to Yujito. Sorry for the inconvenience. Good luck in your exams, he said. Then with a snap of his fingers, Yujito's eyes became dull. Memory eraser success. Naruto thought, disappearing. Castle Takizo. Naruto had returned from his successful visits to his room. He was sitting in his room, meditating. His body was glowing, as blue flames, rings of sand, and a red aura was forming around him. This kept on for a while, until they disappeared in his body. He stood up, going to his desk. He sat down in the chair and took out a map of the elemental nations. Right. I now got Kurama, Shikaku, and Matatabi. That's 3. 6 remain. Konoha and Suna don't have any, so those are out. Kyumo is out as well, for the Hachibi Jinchuriki is said to have full control of his bijou. I prefer to fight him on the real world, not a mindscape. Besides, the fight would draw many heads. So, I need to go to IWA and Kiri. IWA will be easy. Their Jinchuriki are hated and live in remote locations. All I need to do is take down the Umbu observers and then fight the bijou. As for Kiri, the Sanbai Jinchuriki I heard was killed, while the Rokubi one is a traveler, he thought, frowning. He looked at the large distance of the countries. Both countries are on the other side of the world, and both bijou got 9 tails combined. Also, no matter from where I begin, I would have to cross water and land, he thought, then looked at Yuzushio with a bigger frown, remembering his parents. He sighed. All right, it's decided then. I will send spies to find the location of the Sanbai and Rokubi. This way, most of the month will pass with the travel rather than searching, he thought. He stood up, taking out a kunai and slicing his wrist open. Blood flowed in large quantities down, with Naruto using chakra to halt his regeneration ability from closing the wound, but directed it to blood restoration. After a while, he stopped the wound closing. With a light pant, he formed hand seals, his arms glowing blood clone. He yelled, the blood from the ground forming for clones of Naruto. The blood clone was a clone technique more powerful than the shadow clone, but wasn't meant to be used in the middle of a fight, as they took lots of chakra and blood to form. Their advantage was that they were 1/10 of the user's power, but they could regenerate their chakra to a point, and to die, they needed an actual lethal attack. Simple punches and kicks won't dispel them like a regular clone. Also, they could pass their memories to the user like a regular shadow clone. All right, you were to go to Water Country and search for the two Bijou. You are to be disguised. Two of you will go for the Sandbai, the other two for the Rokubi. Once you find it, one of the blood clones are to dispel and send me the information. The other will continue to monitor until he get a message from me to reverse summon me to his position when the time is right. Is that understood? He said, getting 4 nods. He nodded back. Begin, he said, with them disappearing. He turned back to the map. I got a month. I hope it will take them between 2 and 3 weeks to find them. It will give me time to go to Earth Country, grab the Bijou, and control their power, then go to Waterfall Country and do the same for the Nanabai. Then, on the final week, I hope to get both Water Country Bijou and master them. If I do this earlier than scheduled, I will stop to do some research on things I need for the future, he thought. He then rose, preparing for his trip. He sealed clothes and scrolls and placed them in his bed. He then went to the armory, grabbing scrolls of supplies and weapons. After that, he went back to his room and sealed all of them in one scroll. He nodded to himself, then turned to his armor stand. He approached it, grabbing the Raijin no Ken. He narrowed his eyes. I haven't used you yet, have I? He muttered. With a nod to himself, he pushed chakra into the blade, his eyes glowing. The lightning blade started cracking uncontrollably until a bright light erupted. When it was gone, the sword had changed. The hilt was the same, only bright yellow lines decorated it. It also had 2 lightning-shaped spikes on the sides, forming a cross made of gold metal. The blade, however, had changed the most. It was still yellow, only much taller, and looked more like a large beam. Lightning appeared around it every few seconds. Naruto smirked. Now, you're back to your true form, Raijin no Ken, it said, the sword pulsing. He swung it around, enjoying the feeling. He sheathed it, the blade disappearing. He nodded. I will use you soon, don't worry, he said, placing to the side. He then went to his bed, falling asleep. The next morning, Naruto woke early, preparing himself. He had changed his uniform. He had on a black shirt with mesh armor underneath it. The shirt also had his signature face mask. On his arms, he had leather gauntlets. He wore woodland camo trousers and leather boots. He also had a brown cloak above him with a hood. On the right side of his belt, a plain white porcelain mask was hanged, while on the left, the Raijin. Behind his back was his scroll. He nodded to himself in the mirror, going down to the kitchen. He stopped, however, widening his eyes. Inside the kitchen was Haku. Drinking a cup of wasn't the weird thing. What made him widen his eyes was Kin, wearing a black-maid uniform, bending over, putting food on the oven. His eyes, along with something else, twitched at the image, but he shook his head. Kin, what the hell is that? He yelled with Kin yelping, standing up and bowing. Good morning, master, she said with a blast. Naruto's, I didn't stop. Why are you wearing that? He said, with her blushing more. Zabuza-san said I should wear that if I want to please you. Veins appeared on Naruto's temple. As he unsheathed his Raijin, Zabuza, he roared, disappearing. Screams were coming from the living room, causing Haku to sigh. Naruto returned, sighing. Anyway, you don't need to wear that, he said, with Kin nodding. I don't mean to be rude, master, but I like wearing this, she said, causing Naruto to sigh and shrug. Fine. Do what you like, he said, taking a bottle of juice. Kin, get Zabuza and go to the living room. You too, Haku, he said, with the two nodding. Naruto was standing in the living room, looking at Haku, Kin, and a smoking, bandaged Zabuza. He crossed his arms. All right. I called you here to let you know that the Chunin exam finals start in 1 month. During that time, I won't be in Konoha. I want you 3 to take care of the castle, he said, turning to Haku and Kin. I want you 2 to train as much as I can. Then turn to Zabuza. Do you still have connections? Ronin like the demon brothers that are capable of battling? He asked, with Zabuza nodding. I know a few who could be of use. Not a large number, but I know you prefer quantity over quality, he said, with Naruto nodding. I do. Recruit them. I will talk to the Hokage so that they are under my protection, he said, Zabuza nodding. He patted Kin in the head. See you in a month, he said, disappearing. Hokage's office. Naruto was standing in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at him. All right. I understand. If Zabuza brings men, I will add them under your clan name, he said, Naruto nodding. Thanks, he said. I also came here to let you know I won't be in Konoha for the month. I will be out to train, he said, with Hiruzen looking at him like you need training. He said sarcastically, but I won't say anything. However, I have a gift for you, he said, giving him a box. Naruto took it and opened, a look of surprise in his eyes. Inside lay a mask. It was black and shaped like a wolf. It had red whiskers and the kanji for death in red on the forehead. He looked at it, touching it. Hiruzen smiled. It is the same mask you once wore, recolored. I was going to give it to your successor, but I know none would deserve this title. Besides, you won't die anytime soon, I'm sure, he said, rising. He bowed towards Naruto. Do what you must, Ukami, he said with Naruto nodding and bowing in return. Hiruzen rose. I also want to make a bet, he said, with Naruto raising an eyebrow. If something surprises you, and I know it will happen, you must give me 100.000 Rio, he said, with Naruto shrugging. Sure. I don't think it will work, though, he said. He exited the building, with Hiruzen thinking the Ukami no sure is coming back. He thought, Gota. Naruto was walking towards the gate, only to see Gaara. He looked at him, with Gaara looking back. After a while, Gaara bowed to him. I wish to become your subordinate, he said, getting a raised eyebrow from him. Why? Gaara looked down. You cured me of my insomnia, took away the demon who tormented me, and with this I have a purpose, he said. Naruto sighed. All right, he said. Rise, Sabaka no Gaara, he said, with Gaara nodding. Don't talk about this to noon. If you have anything to say, send me a summon tomorrow, he said, Gaara nodding. He kept walking until he passed the gates. The preparations are almost over. Soon it will start, he thought. Chapter 12, Battle of Siblings. Konoha Stadium. The big day had finally arrived. The day each Genin had been waiting for. The day the Chunin exam finals would commence, where the young ninjas would show their skills for the chance to become Chunin. It was also the first day in history where all 5 Kage would observe a Chunin exam final together. The stadium had filled to the brim with civilians and shinobi alike. Ninja from all over the world had arrived, as well as lord from provinces and daimyos of countries. Down in the arena stood 8 Genin and 1 Shiranui Genma. Genma was a tall man, with shoulder-length brown hair, hidden by a bandana and brown eyes. He was wearing the Konoha Jounin uniform and had a sunban in his mouth. Most of the Genins were looking in wonder, with some simply being indifferent to the crowd. One, however, looked at an empty space. Don't worry, he will come, said Genma, with Narumi sighing and simply nodding. Narumi had changed in the course of the month. She was wearing a full red bodysuit with red mesh armor. Above that, she had umbu protection gear made of top-quality steel. On her waist was her kodachi, and on her back her tachi. She had 2 kunai holsters on her hips. Finally, she had changed her hairstyle to a high ponytail. She was ready for war, but that was what she was about to do. Stands. Up on the stands, the shinobi were talking among themselves. The hottest topic was the first fight. Uzumaki Naruto versus Namikaze Narumi. The 2 strongest Genin going against each other right off the bat. While Genins and Chunins thought Narumi would win, the Jounins bet on Naruto, and for good reason. A serious or pissed Naruto was the last thing anyone would ever see. In the middle of the stadium, opposite of the Kage box, the Namikaze family were sitting. They were smiling, but on the inside they were sweating. Their 2 children wanted to fight, but they couldn't cheer for one. If they cheered for Narumi, the gap between Naruto would go deeper and invoke Narumi's wrath. If they cheered for Naruto, they would cheer for the one who caused their daughter so much pain, and Naruto wouldn't even like it. No, the best was to sit and observe. Narumi was silent. Most of her injuries had healed, but she still wore bandages on her chest. Next to the 2 stood Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Mato Gai. They were betting, with Kurenai betting on Narumi and Gai on Naruto. Asuma simply smoked. Naruko held her chest. Oni Isama, she thought. Kage box. In the upper middle part of the stadium, inside the Kage box, 3 of the 5 Kage were sitting. The Sandame Hokage, the Yondame Kazekage, and the Godame Izukichi. The Kazekage had auburn hair and black eyes. His mouth was hidden with a mask, and he wore the Kazakage's robes. The Gode Mizukage was a tall and slender woman, with long brown hair and emerald green eyes. She wore a long blue dress, with mesh armor underneath it. She also wore high-heeled sandals and shin guards. They were chatting about politics, then the door opened. First came a tall, dark-skinned man with a very muscular build. He had short platinum blonde hair, combed back, with a mustache and a goatee. He wore a white haori with a rakish hat. Iodati was left open, showing his chest and golden belt with a boar's head. On his arms he had gold vambraces, while he wore black trousers. Next to him was a man with short and spiky, dark-colored hair and a brown eye, the other hidden by an eye patch. He wore the standard Kumogakure Jounin outfit. After him came a short man with a triangular beard, a mustache, and a large red nose. He was bald, with only a ponytail going from the top of his head. He wore a green and yellow coat over the traditional Iwagakure outfit and had the Tsuchikage's hat. Behind him stood a tall shinobi wearing the standard Iwagakure Jonin uniform. He had short dark gray hair and brown eyes. He also had a beard. It was the Yondaime Reikage, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, and their bodyguards. The Kages rose, bowing, getting bows and returns. Hiruzen smiled. "Welcome, Reikage, Tsuchikage. Thank you for attending," he said, getting a nod from Inoki and a grunt from A as they sat down. Mei then noticed a sixth seat. "Excuse me, Hokage. Dano, who are we expect dash?" She was interrupted as the door opened. Hiruzen rose him, he said. Inside came two men. The first was a man with black hair and a ponytail and red eyes. He wore black bandages all over his body, leaving his face only visible, and had a purple robe above that. He also held a katana. The most noticeable, though, was the man next to him. He was tall, with long gray hair, a beard, and piercing purple eyes that gave off a feeling of power. His left cheek also had a cross-shaped scar. He wore a royal blue kimono, decorated with whirlpools, white hakama pants, and a red obi. Tied in his obi is a katana with a black handle, sheathed in a steel sheath. The sheath was decorated with an azure dragon. Hiruzen bowed. "I would like to introduce Uzumaki Kenshin, the Shodaime Namikage and once the successor to the seat of Uzukage," he said, the rest of the room getting wide eyes. Kenshin simply nodded. Stands. 3 men and a woman sat in the line next to Minato and Kushina. The woman was a tall kunoichi with green hair and orange tips framing her 2 bangs and pupilless brown eyes. She wore a sleeveless, backless black top and short, tight gray pants, along with an obi. She was Pakura, the legendary Scorch Release user. Next to her sat a young man with short blue hair and dark eyes. He had shark-like teeth and black glasses. He wore urban camo pants and a gray shirt with thin black stripes. On his back was an enormous sword covered by bandages, with only 2 hilts showing. He was Chojuro, wielder of the Hiramakerii. Next to him sat a dark-skinned man with platinum blonde hair and sunglasses. He wore the standard Kimogakure outfit with 8 tantos held on red sheaths. He was Killer B, the partner of the Reikage. Last was a tall man with gray hair, along with a goatee and yellow eyes. He wore a light blue kimono with white waves on the sleeves and black hakama pants. He also had a Hitai with a wave insignia. When Kushina saw him, she rose with widened eyes. "Hey, it can't be. You're dead," she said, with the man smirking and lighting a cigarette. Minato raised an eyebrow. "Who is he?" he asked. The man smirked. "It's been what, Yuzu Princess? 20 to 30 years, he said. "As for who I am, Hajime Saito," he said. "Kushina gasped impossible. The Wolf of Whirlpool died at Yuzushio," she yelled, the rest of the group looking at him. Saito merely took a puff from his cigarette. "Yet here I am. But me and your father aren't here for you." He scowled, then looked at the arena with a smirk. "We're here for him," he said, as Kushina thought father. Arena. The arena had cleared. Only Gunma and Narumi were standing. Suddenly, a black figure started rising from the ground. It wore a pitch-black cloak with a hood and a black wolf mask. Narumi recognized it immediately. The figure grabbed his cloak and took it off, the cloak disappearing in a puff of smoke. He wore black combat boots and black pants with flames licking the bottom. The pants made a balloon effect. He wore a sleeveless leather jacket with metal plating and spikes on the shoulders. His muscular arms were bare, with his right bicep having the Konoha Umbu symbol. He had black, fingerless gloves with metal plating above it. His black belt buckle had the Konoha Hitate. Next to it was the Raijin. The most noticeable, though, was his black hair with gold tips. Narumi took a step back in surprise, with Gimon nodding, "Welcome, Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha's Ukami no Sure." Kage box. The Kages were widening their eyes. A turn to the Hokage, "Is this true?" he yelled, Hiruzen nodding indeed. "You are looking at the Ukami no Sure, Konoha's top assassin and predator," he said, Mei licking her lips at him. Kenshin smiled. "Look at my grandson Shishio," he said, Shishio only nodding. Hiruzen smiled. "Prepare for one heck of a fight." Stance. Minato and Kushina were gawking, as the rest of the shinobi had their eyes widened, with Guy yelling proudly. Kurenai turned at him. "You knew," she accused with Guy smiling. "Of course. I trained young Naruto-kun in taijutsu. Look at his flames of youth," he yelled. The genins were also gawking. Shikamaru inwardly thought, troublesome former blonde. Arena. Naruto was looking at Narumi as she fell into a stance. He quickly raised his arms, a hail of kunai coming her way. She jumped back, only to get a kick at her chin, as Naruto instantly appeared in front of her. She was sent flying, only to maneuver in mid-air, seconds before Naruto kicked the ground, cracks forming. He blasted forward, sending an elbow strike towards her, only for her to narrowly dodge and Naruto hitting the arena, the wall caving in. He took his hand out, dodged a punch from Narumi, and sent a fist himself. Narumi blocked it, only to wince in pain. She used Korimi, the log splitting in half from a kick. She gained distance, taking out her Tachi and coating it in wind chakra, as Naruto took out the Raijin. She charged at him at high speeds, only to jump back, narrowly avoiding a swing for Naruto, who had just appeared. A Kenjutsu match ensued. Narumi tried to press forward, but found no openings in Naruto's overwhelming assault. She felt the force of each swing, the power behind each strike. She could see cracks forming on her sword, even with wind chakra. She yelled in pain, as rings of lightning electrocuted her when she blocked an upward swing. He kicked her to the air. She spinned and swinged her sword at him, a large blade of wind going towards him. He simply sliced it in half, then fired a beam of lightning at her, forcing her to use Kawarimi. She raised her sword, only to yell in pain as a downward swing broke it in half and gave her a large gash on her shoulder. She jumped back, throwing the broken sword at him, only for Naruto to dodge it by stepping to the left. She growled, releasing 20 kunai in the air. She went through hand seals, kunai shadow, clone technique. She yelled, the 20 kunai becoming 20,000 as Naruto stabbed his sword to the ground, a lightning barrier forming. He dispelled it, only to raise his sword in the air. Black clouds started appearing. Then, with a downward stab, a thunderbolt hit Narumi. He expected a Kawarimi or a barrier, not a large surge of chakra and an unseen force blasting him back and dispelling the meteor. He crashed on the wall, a crack forming on his mask. As he rose, he saw Narumi, chakra surrounding her. However, her eyes were now blue, with 4 rings. Narumi frowned. I didn't expect to use this so early. Nisan, be proud to feel the power of the Rinnegan, she said, Naruto saying nothing. Stance. The Jounin were gawking. She has the Rinnegan, they said, with Minato nodding. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. What is that? She asked. Kushina explained the Rinnegan, the strongest of the 3 great dojutsu, and rumored to be the Kekkei Genkai of the Rakuto Sannin. It is activated by some members of the Uzumaki clan, and rarely from Uchiha and Senju members. It allows complete control over the elements, along with other abilities, she explained to Kurenai's shock. Saito didn't say anything. Kage box. The Kages were also surprised. She has the Rinnegan. You knew that, Hiruzen? Asked Inoki, getting a no. Raza raised an eyebrow. I wonder what the wolf will do now, he said. Kenshin narrowed his eyes. So my granddaughter has unlocked the Rinnegan. What will you do, Naruto? He thought. Arena. Narumi went through hand seals as 2 clones appeared and sent a torrent of flames at Naruto's way. One cloning making earth bullets, and the other a wind hurricane. The 3 jutsu combined into one, with Naruto dodging, getting hit partially in the process but shrugging off. She raised an arm at him, Naruto getting pulled towards her with a cry of universal pull. The two clones went through hand seals. One sent a jet of water towards him, the other electrocuting it. The result was Naruto getting hit and an explosion occurring. Narumi's clones dispelled, as the real one sent him flying with a yell of almighty push, crashing him into a wall. Naruto rushed out of the wall, jumped into the air, then swung his blade multiple times, lightning waves going towards Naruto's wave. Dust settled up. As the moment he touched the ground, he sent a downward slice that tore the earth open, the arena wall cracking. However, a red flash appeared next to him. He turned, only for a blue orb of chakra to crash into his face, with Narumi sending him flying with a Rasengan. Naruto crashed into the wall again. As Narumi panted, "That was for Naruto," she said. However, a large wave of chakra soared through the air. Narumi stepped back as Naruto came from the rubble, laughing as his mask sported large cracks. He kept laughing, the chakra waves rising, until a large light appeared as the chakra went back. She looked at Naruto only to gasp. A black aura surrounded him, his eyes glowing gold from behind his mask. "I like this mask," said Naruto as he took it off, his eyes closed. He sealed it and opened his eyes. They were exactly like Narumi's, only gold with a slit pupil. He smirked, his fangs showing. "Let's see how your Rinnegan does against mine," he said, causing her to gulp, taking out her Kodachi. "Kage box." "Him too," yelled A, with the rest of the room gawking. Hiruzen sweat dropped. "I kinda knew he had that," he said, with Raza turning to him. "Are you sure it is even fair to have him participate?" "He is beyond even an Umbu commander," he said, with Inoki nodding. Mei licked her lips more, looking at him hungrily. Kenshin grinned. "That's at my grandson," he yelled. "Stance." The Jounins were gawking him, too. Asuma yelled, with guy screaming youth. Saito smirked. "What else do you have to show Uzumaki?" he thought. Naruto eyes were wide as saucers. Minato was surprised. "I can't believe it. You have the Rinnegan," he thought. Kushina held her chest. "Sochi-kun," she thought. "Arena." Narumi raised her arm as Naruto did the same. "Almighty push," they both said. The two waves cancel each other. However, Naruto yelled again, "Almighty push," sending Narumi to a wall. She rose. "Impossible," she yelled with wide eyes. Naruto smirked. "Universal pull," he said, bringing her close. "You need 8 seconds to reuse the almighty push." "I need none." "You haven't practiced with it enough, have you?" he said with a smirk. "Well, allow me to show you the power of the Rinnegan," he roared. To Narumi's amazement, Naruto's left arm turned into what appeared to be a piston. He released Narumi, only to hit her with the piston, sending her flying. The piston turned into an arm cannon, which sent a beam of black chakra towards her. She narrowly dodged it, the ground disintegrating. Naruto then fired numerous rockets at her, forcing her to dodge. One, however, hit her and cracked her armor. She scowled in pain. Naruto smiled and turned his arm to normal, only to slam both palms into the ground, summoning technique. He yelled as two enormous birds with Rinnegan eyes charged at her. She raised her arms. "Almighty push," she yelled, using a large amount of chakra and destroying them instantly. She panted, Naruto making a come here motion. She growled, forming a Rasengan. She added wind chakra in it, as it turned into an enormous shuriken, a screeching sound forming. Naruto smirked. "Oh, so you can use that," he said. Narumi smirked. "Wind release. Spiraling shuriken," she yelled, rushing at him. He raised his palms as she thrusted it forward, expecting him to use almighty push. To her horror, a barrier stopped it, the wind Rasengan getting absorbed. He grabbed her arms and kneed her stomach, blood flowing from her mouth. He then pressed his palm on her head, sending chakra at her head. She yelled in pain as he let go and roundhouse kicked her away. She growled, throwing her Kodachi at him, all nature's coursing through it.